start? Yes. Ready for the minister? Order. I call the Committee of the Whole House on Supply to order. We will continue our estimates on E6. I believe it's the NDP's caucus's turn for questioning with 50 minutes remaining. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, everybody. I feel like, I want to start by talking about, I feel like the Premier and the Minister of Finance have offered up some direction for the department. The Premier has said he doesn't understand why local wine owners and anyone else can't ramp it up in this province to become bottlers. And the Minister of Finance talked about dishing it out on this file and dishing out support. So I'm wondering if you could talk about how you see your department.
Order. I just for everyone's. I just remind the member and all members. I know we just speak through the chair, please. Yeah, and I'll recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I do apologize. I feel like I should sit farther away, so it's not like I'm having a conversation at the table with somebody. So I'm wondering if the minister could speak to what she sees as the role for her department in terms of compensating for the devastating effect of the new commercial wine policy.
I recognize the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. And for what it's worth, I like the idea that we could have more conversations in this hallowed place. When it comes to this particular industry, the wine industry, and as I had noted during question period, I and the Department of Economic Development are great advocates and believers in our wine industry. On a personal note, last summer, I didn't take a lot of time off, but I managed to take a day and go up and ride the Magic Winery bus, which gave me an opportunity to go to 4 wineries. Again, we know that our wine industry, in addition to their primary product, which is, of course, their wines, has added a great deal to our province's tourism product. And in that sense, I got to play tourist for a day. But much more than that, it is whether you take the wine buses or you visit the various vineyards, it is an infotainment. It is a very educational experience and an experience that touches on all of our senses. And we are told, and I have formerly in the past worked in the tourism industry, that the strongest memories, the most compelling memories that we then take home with us and share with others occur when we hit all of our senses. So the ability to not only taste but see and smell and touch the grapes and so forth is a really amazing experience. And I learned a lot that day about how well individual wines have fared in terms of their results at international competitions. And I remember in particular, we were greeted, I don't remember his last name, I do remember his first name was Ian, at Lacadie Vineyards, which is one of the smaller vineyards, but has had exceptional acclaim for their products on the international stage. So it is absolutely an industry in which I take interest for its value to our province. But I would point out that my department and Invest tend to work with the individual businesses on their particular opportunities. So specifically, Invest works one-on-one with businesses, wineries, and others on their unique opportunities for growth. So that we have certainly had wineries that have successfully been able to access the innovation rebate program as an example. But when it comes to the sector of the wine sector, that is where my colleague and his team at Agriculture are involved. By the same token, it is the Minister of Finance who is the minister responsible for the Liquor Corporation and for licensing issues in and around wines and spirits. So I have a bit of a different involvement. So as I say, anytime that businesses are expressing concerns, that is of interest to the department and our extended team with Invest. So I get briefed by my colleagues and continue to be briefed, but I certainly would have to defer to them on specifics in around what I can definitely say. We know that the former regional wine policy was deemed to be non-compliant with our trade agreements. I could not sit here and offer myself as having credentials in trade law. I've often said in all the things I've done in my life, I usually get enough information to be dangerous. But we've had a lot of discussions under the heading of Nova Scotia Loyal about the dangers of non-compliance. And what comes up again and again, and I will take it out of wine and take it to blueberries. But if you are seen as a jurisdiction providing a program that provides what is deemed to be a subsidy that is non-compliant with your trade, chances are the other jurisdiction will not come back after your blueberries. And we often talk about in the context of Loyal, our largest trading partner, which we all understand is the United States. And the United States has shown that when trade issues arise, one of their favorite go-tos is our softwood lumber industry. So again, I would have to defer to my ministerial colleagues on the finer points of this particular matter, but I do know that the danger is real. Nonetheless, our involvement with businesses tends to be at the individual business level, unless, of course, we're working with a sector proposal to do something to maybe leverage a particular opportunity. Thanks.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And so, we've been trying to establish the timeline in terms of this issue. Probably started last June in terms of doing active work on this through the Department of Finance. Definitely had sort of a proposal forward in January 12th. And I mean, by January 12th, the industry was writing and saying, this isn't okay. We're scared about our businesses that we've built in Nova Scotia. I mean, that's the clear context in that January letter. And signed by numerous winery owners. So after that letter, did you receive a copy of that letter in January? And did Invest Nova Scotia or anybody from your department reach out to either the association or any individual winery to talk about what support options are available?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did want to confirm with my colleagues, we were copied on that letter, as was Invest, at which point we did reach out to, it was addressed to, I'm fairly certain it was addressed to Minister Morrow. I know it wasn't, I know I was a CC'd copy. We were provided with a response that was sent off to the undersigned businesses actually quite quickly in that time period. And again, because of the nature of I'll call it a sector signaled issue, agriculture and finance have continued to take the lead. But yes, as well, it is my understanding that through last fall, the larger trade issue has been an active file. In fact, I know there were questions in the House last fall.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
You said that you were provided with a response to send off, and that's what I heard you just say. We can check Hansard later, so it's just surprising that with the sector reaching out, with a whole bunch of individual business names on the bottom of that letter, that there wouldn't be sort of a proactive approach on the part of your department and Invest to help position those businesses for what seems to be a changing market for them.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I just want to clarify that when we were copied on the letter and reached out to colleagues at Agriculture, that we were also copied on their response. So I wasn't provided a response to give. It is not at all unusual, particularly for economic development, because we have departments like agriculture, fisheries, energy. It's not at all uncommon for our department to be CC'd as part of a piece of correspondence. Very often, correspondence is addressed to the Premier's office and will then be assigned to an appropriate minister. So, I would say I was certainly assured and satisfied that that the proper people to respond to these issues were responding. But through that same period, we continued to deal with individual businesses from the wine sector on our other programs. So programs like IRP, as previously mentioned, our export development program, and others. So in a sense, that's where our department's value add rests, and that is the mindset in which we continued our work.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thanks. And, I do understand quite well how government correspondence works, having worked in a variety of departments federally and provincially. So I've certainly been the one to write those letters that things come in from the Premier's office and send them off to the right minister. So I absolutely understand how that works. I guess I would just still say that, one of the things I think people underestimate about the agriculture sector is the variety of skills that one brings together for a successful agricultural venture. So there's the agricultural science, which in and of itself is an incredible piece of research and application to keep up with, constantly changing all the time. and at the same time they're businesses. Like you said, you went on the Magic Winery bus, so that's a business idea that wineries have collaborated on. The fact that they had a tasting room for you to go to, that's a business. Anyways, I would just think that sure, there's a response from agriculture, but there's also a recognition of these as businesses. I'm going to move on, and what I really want to ask about is how the department is able to support equitable economic growth through your work. But what I thought I might do is use a very specific example. So we were talking last night about the recent Cognizant deal with payroll rebates. You talked about target populations for employment last night as being the hiring of immigrants and new grads. And I guess I'd like to add gender into that priority area, African Nova Scotian communities and folks, and Indigenous peoples. So I'm wondering, within that payroll rebate program, is there an agreement of a target for hiring of different groups of people? Yeah, that's my question. Women, newcomers, African Nova Scotian folks, etc.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. Specific to the payroll rebates, there are heightened incentives available for basically three sort of streams: new graduates, new residents, and underrepresented groups. what I am told through our folks at Invest, all of these things are a matter of the negotiation of the agreements. And many of the companies, and such would be the case with Cognizant and other companies that have entered into payroll rebates with the province, very often they sort of have their corporate pillars established. They will often speak to us on the front end about being a company that has had some success in the support of particular areas of diversity. They may have a particular focus on women in their businesses or racialized persons and so forth. But one of the issues that is real with the payroll rebates is that the employees themselves have to self-declare. So that would be whether they are an African Nova Scotian or whether they would be a member of the 2S LGBTQ community. This can become an issue in the auditing process, and that takes place to trigger the rebates back to the companies, and as a result, there have been, so the intention, I would say, in there, but the reality in the fairness of a response to your question is that there has not it has not been an especially useful, successful mechanism, although the intention would be there to use that as a lever. Pointing to something that has been more successful is Invest's work to assist persons, business owners from various unrepresented groups. Is there programs particularly on guidance and connection to diverse business enterprise certification, also on trade mission trips for businesses of diversity to access new markets, information and access to the broad palette of government programs and services, export, education, and so forth. But looking in particular at, we have a new pilot program, actually, the Supplier Diversity Certification Pilot. And this is a program that offers diverse-owned businesses, which we define as a business, we define a business of diversity as one that is 51% owned, operated, and controlled by 2S LGBTQ+, Indigenous, women, veterans, people living with disabilities, Black Nova Scotians, African Nova Scotians, and other racialized people. So this program can help those Nova Scotia-owned businesses compete nationally and internationally through certification as a diverse-owned business and help connect them with specific supplier opportunities through both government and the private sector. And a couple of real examples of individuals who have used supplier diversity certification successfully would include Harriet Schumacher. She is a Master Certified Executive Leadership and Training coach, operating her own business here in Halifax. She has WBE Canada certification and WE or We Connect International certification, which has helped her attend an event called Go for the Greens as part of a Nova Scotia delegation, so also bringing in the trade delegations. She was able to make numerous connections, and it led to a contract to provide training to Nike in the US. Again, Nike is a company that has identified pillars of how it wishes to do business. And so that is just one example. As well, Denise Garrigan, whose company is Lux Vehicle Care. So that's providing products and services to dealerships in the automotive industry, which has traditionally been an industry where women were certainly less common. It was seen as very male-dominated. She too is WBE Canada and We Connect International certified and has attended the largest supplier diversity event in the world, which is the WBENC annual conference in the US, a few times, including in Nashville last year, where she too has been able to leverage these certifications to access procurement programs within U.S. companies in that sector. So that's a very real and succeeding initiative that we have. I would say, the department has a number of partners that are very specifically aligned to certain communities, and I think immediately of something like the Black Business Initiative. There would definitely be value in connecting if there are organizations from the 2S LGBTQ plus community to the department. I mean, I think we always have to be open to new avenues of communication and support.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Well, and actually, I mean, as you started to talk about your registration program, I actually thought what you were talking about was the CGLCC, the Canada's 2S LGBTQI plus Chamber of Commerce Rainbow Registered Certification Program. And actually, I guess, I really want to have time to pass over to the Honourable Member for Cumberland North. So I feel like I don't really have time for a huge question around this, but I guess, the other question is like, why create an additional certification instead of becoming supporters of other certifications? So my example would be becoming a registered diversity supplier with CGLCC was like a fairly lengthy process to provide information about everything from my business to like my personal identity, because that's what you had to prove, right? So kind of, and I assume for the Black Business Initiative, I assume for others, there are their own processes to become a member. So you're kind of asking people to do work twice. Anyway, so I just curious about that. But there is the CGLCC. They're having a major event in Halifax on March 26th. So I suggest it would be great to check it out. If they're ready, I'm going to hand it over to the Honourable Member for Cumberland North. I cede the rest of my time.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister and your department for being available to answer questions for us. So I'll try to keep my questions quite specific to Cumberland County and questions that impact the people there. So the first question I have is around tourism. And I believe Tourism Nova Scotia is under this department. And I'm wondering if the Minister would be willing to take a look at the Visitor Information Center at the border and the contract that's currently in place for the retail. And we have several businesses in our area that sell real authentic Nova Scotia local products. And right now, our understanding is that the vendor that currently sells retail at our Nova Scotia border is not a local company, is not necessarily selling local products. They may have a Nova Scotia flag on them, but they're printed in China, for example. So I'm wondering if the Minister would be willing to take a look at that, and so that we may be able to actually truly have truly local Nova Scotia products as people enter our province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And having been the recipient upon a couple of economic development related trips to Cumberland County and people very generously, providing a welcome basket of some sort, has helped to acquaint me with some of the diversity products of which you are referring, and undoubtedly many more, and also companies from that region that I have met at trade shows and events. Tourism is actually under Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage at the moment, but I am certainly very happy to speak to the minister of that department. I am, as a result, I'm not familiar of what the current arrangement is, but I think to a particular business back home in my riding, and they have a very good location relative to the very busy waterfront of Lunenburg, and they made a very specific decision to move away from a large amount of merchandise that, as you say, is made elsewhere, and it may be in the shape of a lobster, and it may have our flag, and it may look like a duck, but it doesn't quack. And to move towards a very authentic Nova Scotian made selection of giftware and souvenirs. They assure me that the results of that move, in spite of the low inputs, because on the front end, it's like if you can buy an item at a low input and mark it up, but which is a little bit different because we pay for products here, particularly artisanal products, you pay more. But they assure me that shift has made them a much more profitable organization. It has actually helped them to attract staff because there is a point of pride. And so generally, without having the specifics, I would think that would be a natural fit at the very entrance to our province for so many people, and not just visitors. I always think of the entrance to Nova Scotia and the VIC at the border as a place where many Nova Scotians happily stop and take a few moments to fill themselves with a sense of pride and happiness to be back home.
The Honourable Member, Cumberland North, approximately 16 and a half minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. And actually, many of the things that I'm going to ask the Minister about probably do fall under different departments, but economic development really crosses all departments, doesn't it? And certainly the artisans that we have in Cumberland County are numerous. And if it's a real economic opportunity for them. So that's why I wanted to bring that up, even though the VICs do fall under tourism. If the minister could advocate for that economic development piece, it would be very helpful. Another economic development piece, which technically does fall under another department, but love to have the minister's advocacy for, and that is off-highway vehicle trail development. It's one of the real areas of potential for Cumberland County. We have beautiful natural trails. We have a lot of community volunteers that have put in endless hours. One is Greg Nix. He's a retired teacher, and just his leadership has been phenomenal. And I know the member from Cumberland South also has equally a large number of volunteers that are building the trail system. However, we don't have the connectivity piece across the Trans-Canada Highway. Because of that, we're not allowed to actually print maps or advertise, and we're really missing out on a huge piece of economic development there in Cumberland County, and it seems like such an easy fix. And if we had some support, I believe, working across departments, I think that we would be able to draw in millions of more dollars into Cumberland County. And so a lot of the trails are there. We just need that connectivity piece. And so that then we can start to market, or do some maps and market them and really promote ourselves. So I wanted to mention that to the minister as well. And I'll open up if the minister wanted to comment on that.
The Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. And it is true that the work of growing the economy of this province, it really it touches on just about every department of government in some way, we have such a small but mighty team at economic development. But that is one of the things that we must do, is stay abreast of developments in these many different areas and identifying both the opportunities but also challenges like the one you've mentioned. We know that there's great value in off-highway vehicles, and I just look to pictures that I might see on any night on Facebook of folks that I know who have headed to New Brunswick or Newfoundland. Not to say that they aren't making those kinds of trips here at home, but it tends to be more of if they've gone for a few days, they've put their rigs on a trailer and headed over. And I think sometimes some, not all, but some people may underscore how valuable that tourism is because they stay in darn nice places and dine very well and just have a heck of a good time. And Nova Scotia has a collection of trail systems that cross through just all of the incredible landscape of our province. But you hit upon something that is very real, because trail systems have developed over time where they don't always have those connection pieces. And we had a very real case of that again, in my constituency in Lunenburg, where the mayor of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, the Honourable Carolyn Bolivar-Getson, is a huge advocate. She has her own rig and, personally loves to ride the trails, but was an early believer in the value of that kind of visitor experience and tourism product. And we had a trail, the Dynamite Trail, that came to one side of the road in Cookville, outside Bridgewater, and it ended. And there was a major highway to cross before you could connect to the LaHave River trail system, which can then take you all the way up to Berwick and beyond. So there was, I am happy to say that just last fall they were able to open what is known as the Osprey Connector. It was a joint project, certainly advocated and led by that local municipality and the two local trail groups. But together with funding through CCTH. So again, that is one avenue to look, but it absolutely, there is lots of data and evidence to the value of leveraging our trail systems for off-highway vehicles, for hikers, cyclists, and because they are most often multi-use trails.
Recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Another opportunity for us in Cumberland is the opportunity to grow our industrial park. So currently, there are vacancies in our industrial park. However, they are small lots. And we've lost a lot of business to DeBert and to Moncton because their industrial park had lots available, much larger, and for what people needed. And also, because in Moncton in particular, one of the reasons they've seen growth and we didn't is because they aggressively went after these businesses. So it's been frustrating in the town of Amherst and the county of Cumberland to see really stagnant economic growth, what many of us would believe over the last couple of decades, as we've watched Moncton grow exponentially. And we're happy for them, but we could have realized some much greater economic growth if we had that opportunity. So many business people in the community would love to see the industrial park expand onto the west side of the Trans-Canada Highway. And that land right now, our understanding, is owned by the province and or the municipality. And there's quite a bit of support through local leadership to now, of course, you need investment. You need to clear the land, and the land needs to be, you need infrastructure, water, and sewer before you can open that up to large corporations. But we are the Atlantic Gateway. We are the corridor. Everything from the Halifax shipyard goes right through our backyard. So we just have so much untapped potential, and the people in Cumberland want to start seeing some of it realized. And I mentioned in my reply to the budget speech, people are just really tired of, we just feel like we're being forgotten. And the common culture, and you hear people say it time and time again, is Nova Scotia ends at the tolls. And people in Cumberland just feel that way. When decisions are being made, we feel like Cumberland is never considered. And it's very, very frustrating, especially when you see such opportunity, untapped potential, untapped especially economic potential. Now, some companies have seen it and they've taken advantage of it. Like we have Maritime Pride Eggs, we have Gordon Food Supply, we have Weston Bakery. So we have had some companies that have seen the opportunity and come to Cumberland and had significant growth and success. But there's so much more potential. And we really just want to be seen and heard by the provincial government. And on that note, we also believe we could realize our economic potential and develop much greater if we could have some of the maritime interprovincial barriers removed. And I know that crosses every department as well. For example, I have a businessman who just moved to Cumberland from Newfoundland in the last year. He married a beautiful local person, and he's very frustrated. He moved his trucking company to Cumberland County, and because his trucks are licensed still in Newfoundland, he has to pay the tolls, even though he's a Nova Scotia taxpayer and a Nova Scotia resident, for him to change the licensing in his trucks. And I realize this is a public works issue, but it's still an economic development issue, because he is being held back and having to pay an additional expense because of these interprovincial barriers. And he also has a tow truck that he purchased. It's licensed in New Brunswick. If he licensed it in New Brunswick and used it in New Brunswick, he could use it. But in Nova Scotia, he doesn't pass the laws. And he's been trying to get Public Works to allow him to use this tow truck for months and months and months. He just can't believe the roadblocks. And so it's very frustrating for the people in Cumberland County when we have all these interprovincial barriers, when things are okay 10 minutes across the way in New Brunswick, but the rules are different in Nova Scotia, and they can't cross the border without breaking the rules. It's very frustrating, and it holds us back. It holds us back. So I'm wondering if the minister can comment, is there any work being done in the minister's department on economic development, specifically addressing the interprovincial barriers that exist that are holding so many businesses back right now?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for all that you shared. There's a lot there, and I've made a lot of notes because I feel it is. There were a number of things that you mentioned that is important knowledge for us to have within government. I can't speak certainly as a citizen of Cumberland, but I must say in my active experience of government, I have never ever felt that Cumberland was forgotten. In fact, that's been possibly the very opposite experience, in part because of my special advisor hailing from Amherst, Mitch Maltby, but also my cabinet colleague, Minister Rushton's own keen advocacy for that area. You mentioned Maritime Pride Eggs, and certainly a company that has been a recipient of an innovation rebate to enable them to install a new robotic loader. So, increasing their capacity by approximately 44,000 dozen eggs a week. I mean, that's just, I don't know what that looks like. I'd be interested. What does 44,000, if we stack them end to end, do we get to the moon? I don't know. It's a substantial investment. There you go. So great. And as well, I would note that IMP Aerostructures has also been able to make the decision to invest in their company and therefore their people through an IRP that involves automation of sheet metal profiling. So the other thing I wanted to mention, and I because we have had some, it's kind of rudimentary in some ways, but conversations with the municipality, specifically the town of Amherst, in regards to the untapped potential of the business park and some properties that they own, some properties that are held by Invest, and whether there could be reconfigurations that would...
The round of NDP questioning has elapsed. It's now 4:34. I'll pass it over to our Liberal colleagues for 1 hour. Recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for taking the time to answer these questions. Deputy Farmer, Mr. McCaskill, thank you so much for being here as well, and certainly want to thank the public servants in the room who help inform the Minister's response and who do very important work on behalf of Nova Scotians every single day, and who serve governments of all political stripes. Minister, I've got some questions related to the collapse of the former economic development crown corporations and the new model, which is being led by Mr. McCaskill. This was done, it was stated, to find efficiencies in delivering economic development investment. According to yourself and the Premier, could you please inform the committee how much money has been saved as a result of the collapse of those crown corporations and the amalgamation of those groups?
Just to remind the Honourable Member to have two things as you're speaking through the chair, and although I don't mind being called Madam Chair, I prefer Mr. Thank you. Recognize the Honourable Minister, Advanced Economic Development.
Advanced economic development, Mr. Chair. Am I doing that good of a job? Mr. Chair, through you, first of all, we can parse words all day. The honourable member, leader of the opposition, used the word collapse. I tried very much through the period of announcing the changes we were making to our crowns, and particularly vis-a-vis the creation of Invest Nova Scotia. I described it as a bringing together, a mixing. In my mind's eye, we were putting more ingredients, our most powerful ingredients, in one bowl and bringing them together. Similarly, while I cannot, I would be foolish to maybe say I never use the word efficiencies, and the Premier may have used the word efficiencies as well, but I actually tried to be quite mindful and in avoiding that word for the most part. It may have been used simply because efficiencies is often shadow language for companies that are talking about, in the private sector, that are talking about cuts. And very often, efficiencies has equaled losses of jobs in many situations. And I knew that that was not the intention here. It was not about a fiscal exercise, i.e. the saving of money as the first and foremost objective, and it was not about eliminating positions, but it was about bringing, in the case of Invest Nova Scotia, two organizations together to be more effective and more responsive to the business community. It now is a much more straightforward, so we had the former InnovaCorp and the former NSBI. And there would be a transition amongst our successful startups once they got to scaling up and further business development. Now it is a very easy transition or migration from the startup to the scale up, an easy movement of files within one organization. The fact that the scale-up, the folks who work in scale-up capacity and the folks who work in export development initiatives are in the same room, because very often it is the process of scaling up a business that permits a business to now look at additional markets in export. Former clients of InnovaCorp, more than 50% of them, would go on to become NSBI clients. We now, what we offer to the public is a business at any stage can look to Invest Nova Scotia for their assistance in identifying the supports that are available to them so that they can succeed.
Recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the Minister. To the Minister, the Premier made it very clear it is our obligation to the taxpayers of this province to make sure that we run an efficient government. This was said during the announcement. At the time, one would take the Premier at his word on that. I would think that the Minister responsible for overseeing that would be tracking those efficiencies. I don't think it's fair to say that there were no jobs lost either as a result of those changes. We lost 3 very capable and renowned CEOs that had a really strong and proven record of success in the province, that were picked up jobs very quickly, right away with national organizations, I believe. But Laurel Broughton, who led NSBI during a time when we were very successful at increasing exports. Jennifer Angel successfully oversaw Develop Nova Scotia, which successfully implemented the high-speed program and expansion. And Malcolm Fraser, who had more success than anybody, I would argue, at Innovacorp with venture capital spending. You know, we saw, I think, what was it? I think a 35x return on investments that Innovacorp were making at the time. We also lost incredible people on those boards of the Crown corporations as well, that were very well connected in the Nova Scotia business community, that had experience with, I know with Innovacorp with venture capital and investing, and contributed to really serious gains for the province financially. I remember speaking of that big win that Innovacorp had. That Crown Corporation made over $100 million off startup investment back in 2021. This happened, you know, shortly before that CEO was fired by your government. Again, as I mentioned, there was a 35x return on investment made on that one investment. That was a clear example of success. So we did lose good, qualified people, not to take away from the qualifications of the individuals in the room at all. Also very capable and successful people who also contributed to the success of one of those CEOs and former organizations as well. Since the minister can't answer the question on what the efficiency savings have been, Mr. Chair, I wonder, particularly with the venture capital investments, if the minister knows how the returns under the current model for our venture capital investments compare to the returns of the previous model under Innovacorp. And is venture capital investment still something that Invest Nova Scotia is doing, and can the minister please provide us with the numbers on how returns to date compare with returns under the previous model?
The Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to begin by saying, back to the question of efficiencies, we are not quite a year that we have had our CEO in place, and you can be absolutely sure that we will be ensuring that the public funds that support Invest Nova Scotia, that supports the investments made by through the agency of Invest Nova Scotia, are well founded. And as a Lunenburger, I would not consider it any other way. But moving on to venture capital and the honourable member's questions about venture capital. Venture capital returns take years. So we continue to manage those investment, and the returns have been very, very consistent, and on the whole, very positive. Metamaterials, which was the company with the extraordinary Metamaterials to date, is our one and only unicorn. I came into government and I didn't even think unicorns were real, but it literally, very soon after coming into government, became aware of these results relating to that particular company, and it was certainly something to celebrate and provide an extraordinary return on the province's investments in that company, which specializes in vision wear products created through nanotechnology. Very, very exciting, and I think as exciting as $100 million, which is something like 44,000 eggs. $100 million, I understand what it says on a page, but it is, for most of us, a pretty enormous figure. But nonetheless, in the sorts of investments our government has been making, things like healthcare, $100 million, that's the sort of levels of investment needed to make some transformational changes in our province. But I was going to say, when I last visited Metamaterials, among the greatest successes, and with every startup, this is part of the equation, along with those returns, are the jobs and the economic activity that are created through these businesses and their operations. And having visited Metamaterials and they have a largely what I would describe as a young workforce. In my world, that usually means 40, under 40. But folks in their workforce who had come from basically all over the world and certainly all over Canada. And there was one young woman with whom I spoke, and I asked her how long she'd been with the company. At that time, she'd been with the company 8 months, and she was originally from Calgary. And I said, my goodness, I would think there must be companies that work in this space of nanotechnology in Calgary. And she said, well, yes, there are, but nothing was as exciting as what was taking place at Metamaterials in Dartmouth. And so she and her partner had come to our province, which I still think of as a delightful juxtaposition from the many, many times I said goodbye to neighbors and friends who were heading west. And they had come here. And in fact, she told me that day that they had recently purchased a house in the Hubbards area. So more to the good there. I would note that under Invest Nova Scotia, we are still making direct investments in these startups with high growth potential. We have recently also shifted some of our statutory capital into the creation of a new $60 million. I don't think that's the correct figure, is it not? Yes, six. I just wanted to, didn't flip my book here. $60 million to create a new fund so that we can begin to invest, become a funder of funds. And I do see this as an evolution of, and also a marker of the success of the government that established a Novacorp. When a Novacorp was established, there were very few to no venture capital funds based in this province. And yet we knew that there was much to be gained in these potential high growth areas of innovation. And so a Novacorp was established, and a succession of leaders making investments. But the whole, from the very beginning, the whole notion around the province's investments was that not everything will succeed. Venture capital is risky. And that perhaps even as our venture capital investment in this province began to grow, that government would take even a higher level of risk. And the payoff has not only been the companies that have been able to scale and establish themselves, and the nature of startups, sometimes the founder sells the product and moves, or sells the company, I should say, and moves on to the next. And sometimes, and certainly as minister, it is usually my happiest scenario when they stay in Nova Scotia and they grow in Nova Scotia in employment and product growth and productivity. But the fact that today in 2024, we have venture capital funds here, that the activity that the government, so I'm giving kudos to earlier governments who have been part of this journey, that have gotten us to a point where the activity that's been bred in our innovation ecosystems has attracted investment. And we want to attract more investment, but by shifting our focus, again, not abandoning direct investment, but by shifting our focus into becoming a funder of funds, that we can then leverage our public investments, can leverage more private dollars and continue to grow an even more robust ecosystem for these innovative companies to be able to scale and grow and contribute to our economy.
Recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am concerned about the change in the governance structure that we've seen with the collapse of the Crown corporations, because they're no longer there. They're no longer operating as Crown corporations. We had independent professional boards made up of business people, of people that were professional investors. We had, I think, executives there from Google, included with all kinds of other really impressive figures. And we've lost that independence, and all of this governance authority has been brought into the minister's office, to the political wing of government. And the minister's answers make me concerned with that, because I think it's clear based on those answers that there's no attention being paid to the efficiencies that are being found or to the returns that we're receiving as a result of those investments. I would think that would be something the minister would be very acutely aware of and paying attention to. The further concern I have with the change of the governance structure is that we are moving from a model built around a independent Crown corporation, which is important to protect taxpayers from that money being spent for partisan interests, as opposed to economic interests, and moving that authority into a political partisan ministerial's office naturally would create some concerns, but certainly based on what we're observing and how the government's spending their money, there does seem to be a lot of, I think, partisan consideration where some of these dollars are going, and not necessarily in the best interests of the economy. I think we've seen that with the Lunenburg shipyard, and I believe in the minister's own riding, where I believe the province bid against a private bidder for that to then, I'm not sure, compete against the private sector. We have other shipbuilders in Nova Scotia that would have then placed the province in direct competition with. I don't see that as being good for the economy or in the interest of private enterprise. And we also don't know if the changes that were made were in line with the report that was commissioned on the Crown corporations as well, because the government hasn't released that report to the public. I'd like to know why the government hasn't released that report to the public. It's had pretty serious implications, obviously, for the governance structure, the authority of economic development agencies that previously had a level of independence, authority, were being directed by business people. All that power is now in the minister's office, according to the government. And we're left to wonder if those changes were in line with that report. And we don't know that. So specific questions related to that. Was it recommended in the report to bring all those Crown corporations under ministerial authority? And was it recommended to fire the chief, the CEOs of each of those Crown corporations? I wonder if those were recommendations that came directly from the report.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that from the very first announcement that we made about the decisions for the intended changes to our Crown corporations, and specifically the creation of Invest and Build Nova Scotia, I think our government, our Premier, and all of the related ministers were very clear that this was about acknowledging that the responsibilities attached to the expenditure of public funds, taxpayer dollars, rested with government. And we made clear from the very beginning that, particularly in regards to what became Invest Nova Scotia, the amalgamation or blending together of those functions that had formerly been rolled out, undertaken under Nova Corp and NSBI, that this agency was to be a partner with business, and that, like the department itself, all things are informed by the information that is provided to us, that is sought after by us from the business community. And so we have stood up these organizations, and we have conducted ourselves in that way. Very shortly, we will have an announcement on the first appointments to an advisory board for Invest Nova Scotia, but we've made very clear from the beginning, this is a change. It is an advisory board, because at the end of the day, myself as minister and our government are responsible for those expenditures. I categorically reject the premise that this is so that partisan thumbs can be inserted into pies. I believe in this province, and I believe in businesses that are located in every corner and every area of this province. We look, when there are applications to the programs we have, programs that have very, very clear and very public eligibility requirements and information all publicly available. We look at the business cases that are involved. When it comes to our venture capital investments, we still have an investment committee on whose recommendations I absolutely rely. That type of early investment is a very, very particular, requires a very particular skill and expertise. And I know, having met with these individual parts of Invest Nova Scotia and the teams, and meeting with that early investment team, there is extraordinary knowledge right there in our personnel, our staff at Invest. But we still take that to an advisory committee on investments to get their temperature on things, their read of the markets, and their own experiences in that investment. And it has been serving us and will serve us well. But at the end of the day, ministers are taking responsibility, and government is taking responsibility. Now, one thing that I do wish to reference is amongst the things that we sought to achieve as well in the creation of Invest Nova Scotia. And this was never about the prior agencies having a failing grade. They were doing good work, but there were gaps and there were cracks. Cracks because you had to move perhaps as a startup from one agency to another agency, but gaps in the services. When we, as part of the work that we had, the report that the honourable member has referenced, which was a report on 20 crowns, which we have even more, but that initial look was at 20 crowns, and it was confidential advice to government, to the Premier's office. But when we went out to the public and we talked to the public, far too many businesses, it wasn't that they hadn't heard of NSBI. Most had heard of NSBI. But they had self-selected and said, I don't think that is for me. Now, in some cases, because NSBI did have a very strong mandate to be helping Nova Scotia companies to export, and that remains a strong focus and a very, very worthwhile goal. But if you didn't see yourself as an exporting business, or we heard from businesses in various sectors, including the agricultural sector, where they said, oh, well, we have our ag rep. We had a cohesion problem where the businesses that had connected to NSBI were very well served. Again, that was intel that came back to us through that review process. We had glowing letters about, sometimes it was particular sector experts, and I think of one of the Invest team who works very closely with Michelin. And it was the kind of letter that you read, and it was absolutely glowing, and how valuable the agency, but additionally how valuable this individual had been to growing the opportunities of that major global player in our province. But we also heard from businesses who were saying, I don't know what they do. They couldn't put in a sentence what NSBI offered. And if they weren't a startup, fair enough, a NovaCorp wasn't for them. And we were determined, and we will continue to work because we're not done. We're in this early phase of this new organization. And Mr. McCaskill, sitting to my left, has been working very hard to bring that team together. And to their credit, they came together. They did a lot of the work just naturally on their own. People knew each other from walking clients along their journey. We will continue to do that, but our goal was for there to be one place for Nova Scotia businesses to look and to be guided in the programs across government that are there to assist them so that they can reach their fullest potential and prosperity.
Recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Certainly, the government has taken the power and the authority in this situation. That is different than responsibility and accountability, though. In fact, having independent boards made up of experts help ensure a higher level of responsibility with spending, so that it's not just partisan interests that drive that. And to be accountable and responsible for these things, we also need to have a high level of transparency. I've asked the minister to tell this committee, Mr. Chair, if certain recommendations or certain actions that the government has taken were in line with recommendations from a report that's been held private, that the public hasn't seen, that the legislature hasn't seen. I did not get answers to that question. So, I mean, yeah, part of power is one thing, responsibility is another. Being transparent and accountable, I think, would be very important to achieving the objective of being responsible for these things as well. And the fact is that we are seeing political partisan intervention into the economy, I think, in very overt ways. Again, the government backtracked on, I think, the ill-thought-out purchase of the Lunenburg shipyard. I think that could have been very problematic. I've got a boat builder, in my part of the province, in Clare. The government would have been directly, potentially competing against them with that business person's tax dollars. But we've seen it in other sectors as well. Obviously, the recent conversations around what's happening with the grape growing and wine sector, I think would be another example where there's no independent business board that is providing advice on millions of dollars that are going out to a company that is run by a very successful business person, but someone who has very close political ties and friendships with the Premier, who's done fundraising for the Premier overtly, and I think brought a lot of money in for the Premier, and that is now receiving millions of dollars in taxpayers' money. The Minister of Economic Development, the Finance Minister, the Premier, nobody has provided any economic analysis that that's a good decision for the province or that it won't harm a really successful grape-growing, farm-based wine industry where everything is grown and produced locally. That would be another, I think, clear example, or at least an example where there's enough questions around it to wonder if that money is being invested because of partisan interests. We have seen political intervention even in the regulatory process now in the province. Recently, you can use the example of the aquaculture application in Queens County. We have a process in place for that. There's a moratorium on new fin fish farms in the water. I believe the company was Cook. I could be mistaken on that. Undergoing that process, waiting, and then all of a sudden the Premier comes out and says, no, it's not happening here, before that process was concluded. That sends chills, I think, to business people from one end of the province to the other. We saw it with Cabot Links in Inverness County. Very successful golf course, wanted to expand. The Premier initially said there would be a process for that, an application would be reviewed. Then once the political pressure mounted, the Premier decided that no, it's not going to happen there. No due process whatsoever in that decision. That's a political calculus. I think we've seen it with how the government has handled development here in HRM with special legislation that allows preferred developers to potentially avoid going through HRM processes to get development permits and build. All of these things indicate a high degree of willingness to insert the political wing of government into economic decisions, and even go as far as to insert politics into the regulatory process. I mean, I'm not a business person. I've never owned or operated a business. I've been lucky to have, and fortunate to have been able to talk and learn from a lot of business people in the province from various industries in our resource sectors, small businesses, tourism businesses. And one thing remains consistent across the board with no matter which company or business I'm speaking with, is that the one thing that businesses care about, that corporations care about, is regulatory certainty, is having trust in a process, and in a process that's going to treat them fairly. It does send a chill through the business community. I've heard specifically from people who are worried about this when politics interferes with those processes and when decisions seem to be made based on personal connections, allegiances, and donors. That's a very old school way of doing business, and it brings us back to, I think, how things were done in the 80s by a previous Conservative government that also spent a lot of money and didn't achieve great returns for taxpayers. So I'm wondering if the minister is hearing this from the business community, if she thinks it's fair for the Premier or ministers to involve themselves in regulatory practices, whether they agree with the businesses or not. You know, aquaculture is a controversial issue. Cabot Links, controversial issue. There's people for and against in these communities. And what matters the most, I think, during those during those decision points that governments have to make, particularly when those issues are controversial, is that we build trust in the process itself and don't do favors politically. So this is something I am really worried about in terms of what's happening with with this sort of political intervention in the marketplace in Nova Scotia. And I'd like to know if the minister and her team are planning on developing some security around this and some safeguards from this sort of political intervention in the private marketplace, because we don't want to be a jurisdiction that is seen once again as a backwater, as one that's uncertain to invest in, or one where you may have to have the right connections or donate to the right people to get where you want to get.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the honourable member, you in your last, should I call it a question? I feel that there was a great deal of hyperbole offered. So I'll begin by pointing to some facts. I will agree with you that if there is one thing that is very, very important to business, it is a stable environment, be that regulatory, be that a stable, what's viewed as a stable government. Fact is, the climate, the business climate in Nova Scotia is recognized as a very good place to invest right now. And that is proven again and again by companies like Michelin, which by no means had to choose Canada or even the United States, or, it was a very competitive process. Where would they in North America be building the tires of tomorrow for the electric vehicles and green vehicles of tomorrow? And they chose Nova Scotia to make a $300 million investment. We have seen Cognizant, another global business service ICT company that has now entered into a payroll rebate where they will add up to another 1,000 positions over the next 6 years, having already, in just 2 years, met the 1,000 that was the goal of their initial agreement that brought them to Nova Scotia. We have seen IBM invest in a major expansion here. We have seen our federal government choose Halifax as the site of their Diana initiative, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North America, which is a major commitment that they are making as part of NATO. We saw a group, and the name of it's just flying out of my head, but they are seen as one of, if not the preeminent group for mid-level investors in Canada, come to the East Coast, come to Nova Scotia for the first time in the fall, and have meetings at which we saw investors from all across Canada, and even one person I met was from the United States, looking to Nova Scotia because they see things happening here in a positive way. They see growth, and they want to be a part of that. So respectfully, I feel like a lot of what was just said is throwing spaghetti at a wall and seeing if something would stick. I take very seriously my own responsibility, certainly as a minister, and I believe, getting back to this sort of all centered or came out from a conversation about Invest, I believe in the changes that we made in the creation of Invest Nova Scotia. And I know factually that a closer relationship with that key agency, with appropriate checks and balances as we must have throughout government, but a much closer relationship wherein the CEO, Mr. McCaskill, joins the Department of Economic Development at our weekly briefings, where we discuss the opportunities and we go at those opportunities together. And equally, when our Invest team is able to reach back into government, be it a department like LSI, which is so critical to both training up and creating the skilled workforce that we need, being able to deal with a department like natural resources and renewables on key issues around reliability standards for energy, which could have been a deal breaker, frankly, on our Michelin investments, that we are working as Team Nova Scotia in lockstep, and that is never a bad thing, and it is absolutely not related to a partisan agenda. It's an agenda based on a government that believes in Nova Scotia, believes that we are in an extraordinary powerful moment for our province, and we want to make the most of the opportunities ahead of us.
Recognize the honourable member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I like to thank the Minister for her comments. And certainly I don't think that every economic decision is being made out of partisan interest, but I do think there's significant ones where the evidence suggests that is the case. I think with the recent announcement with providing a public subsidy to import juice produced in other provinces, where it's also subsidized to grow and produce in those provinces and other jurisdictions, would be an example of that, where the clear economic data that we've seen from the industry itself suggests that there's a much lower rate of return on spending money on something like that compared to growing grapes and producing wine in the province. Again, there was clear political intervention and no process for the Cabot Links decision. That was all politics because people were upset in the finance minister's riding. Again, the House Leader, the member for Queens, another political intervention in aquaculture when the process to decide where fin fish farms are going to go. Political intervention there before that process had concluded. Again, we've seen it here in Halifax on the development side too, willingness to politically intervene in due process. So the minister's right. Nova Scotia has become a place where investment has been happening, where startups have been growing, where we've really pulled ourselves out of a hole, and the minister has inherited a lot of that. Because of important work that's happened over the last 10 years with the Ray Ivany Commission, with a government that was very focused previous to this government on increasing exports and increasing tourism, and very focused on the rural economic situation as well, particularly with the growth of the farm wine sector, which has exploded over the last 10 years. So yeah, the minister, I agree, has inherited a very strong foundation to work from, and hopefully that success will continue. I do worry, though, as concern does build amongst certain sectors and certain businesses with these sorts of very overt political interventions, that we may go backward as a result of that. And again, having crown corporations and those independent boards protected the public from that sort of thing happening. They also protected governments from themselves, because we all feel the pull of partisanship. We all feel localized and broad-based political pressure. And it's important that we have people that can make decisions and invest money that don't have those pressures on them, so that they can do the proper analysis, so that there is certainty that this money's going in areas that is going to produce a return for the taxpayer and for the province, and so that businesses can have greater confidence in a fair, reasonable regulatory process. We are starting to hit some economic headwinds in lobster, in forestry, in the agriculture sector. We are seeing potential retractions there. There's problems on the horizon as a result of climate change and labor and a number of other factors. There's not much time left, but I would like the minister to tell us what her vision is to help those traditional sectors that are the base of our wealth generation and our economy. What's her vision to ensure that those sectors can overcome the challenges that they're facing currently and thrive into the future?
Order. That concludes the allotment for Liberal questioning. I believe the NDP has also indicated they're completed their questioning. So you have up to an hour for your closing remarks, should you choose, and that would include reading the resolution. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So many things whirling around my head, Mr. Chair, but I have no desire to take an hour. I will, though, I will, though, briefly share some thoughts that relate to the honourable member's final question, which, without a watch in front of me, and I'm not aware that the clock was running out. We have a number of, the question was how we would, how as a government, how this department will be looking to help some of our traditional sectors in a time of headwinds. And I would say, though we have done well to duck the worst of headwinds, and certainly Nova Scotia's growth has helped insulate us. You know, we've been watching, the entire world has been watching, trying to figure out those headwinds and, to use a sailing analogy, you know, how to set course to take advantage of the wind to get yourself as far ahead as you could. So when it comes to our traditional sectors, innovation is one of the areas where, just because it is a traditional sector, does not mean that there aren't opportunities. In fact, in many of our traditional sectors, those are the areas and the companies and the sectors where we can make incredible gains by looking to innovation, whether it be investments in new processes and new systems, helping industries to diversify and look at new markets. On forestry, an example I'll just ever so briefly highlight is, we know in the years that have followed the closure of Northern Pulp, that our forestry industry has all of this fiber that is a waste product of trees felled for lumber and products of that nature. And we have been looking, and as the government before us, offering incentives to look to innovation for ways to turn waste products generally into new revenue sources. One of the most exciting among a number in the area of how we can use this resource of wood fiber is knowing that Michelin, again, a company, a global company with very, very clear goals about, you know, planet, people, prosperity. And on planet, they have they have set in stone goals about greening their operations. They're working with a company called Viterra that creates fuel from wood fiber that Michelin is looking to adopt. We have many companies that are here right now, but others looking to come to Nova Scotia to take advantage of the assets that we have here, chief among them our people, our highly educated, compared to other parts of this country and the world, our highly educated workforce. They too are looking. We've had companies here, and they have a very clear list of the things they're looking for. Access to talent is always on that list, but access to green and renewable energy is also very high on that list. So again, working across government to reach our goals in green energy, to help those innovative companies to create products and mechanisms to address those needs. In our fishery, we can help to find efficiencies, certainly in fish processing and even in fish harvesting. My hometown, Abco Industries, is just one company working with another innovative company, which its name is escaping me, but working on the greening of the inshore fishing fleet. Because we need to move away from fossil fuels, but also because when boats leave early in the morning and come back at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they can potentially plug into the grid and provide energy at a time of day, say 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when we have high demand, and help us in this equation of managing load in the face of renewable industries. We also know, we saw during the pandemics and the particulars around China during the pandemic and closed borders and people being confined to their homes and cities as part of that country's policies during the pandemic. We saw how much we had come to rely on China as a seafood market. So again, Invest Nova Scotia has been working to host seafood cafes in a number of Asian countries to diversify the marketplaces for these traditional industries. Nova Scotia's economy it's a constant evolution. And I come from an area in particular that's very proud of our traditions. Lunenburg is the home of the Bluenose. But I really love watching an electric propelled fishing boat go out past the Bluenose. And a topic for another time, and a topic I need to take up with the minister responsible for CCTH, is how we can better leverage all that the Bluenose represents for what Nova Scotia has to offer. When I grew up, it was often referred to as the age of wooden ships and iron men. Well, we're kind of past wooden ships, although we make and export some amazing wooden boats as largely recreational vessels these days. And we have men and women of many backgrounds that have much to bring to our economy, to our workforce, and our province, and it is just a really, really exciting time in our province. And yes, I came into this position at an incredible moment in time, and I am grateful for that. But I consider it the challenge of myself in this role, working together with the extended team across economic development to make the most of this moment in time, so it is not simply a moment in time, but a truly new day for Nova Scotia. With that, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding 96 million, I really got to put this glasses on, 96,782,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Economic Development pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. Resolution is stood. We will take a extremely brief recess while we get set up for our next estimates. We're now in recess. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development as outlined in Resolution E7. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,999,180,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to the estimate. I'll invite the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development to make their opening remarks, which could be up to an hour if they wish. I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. This is the third year that I'll be speaking to you on behalf of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, and it may very well be the most exciting year yet. We are seeing the investments of previous 2 years bearing fruit in both our public school and early learning and childcare systems. We're also making important new investments in supporting our children, our youth, and our workforce. Before touching on this transformative work, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the dedicated team that I have the privilege of working with every day. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is made up of more than 200 dedicated staff who are experts in the field of education and childhood development. Working closely with our 7 regional centers for education and the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial and other partners, department staff spend each day focused on improving the lives of children and young people in Nova Scotia. Their work helps ensure that Nova Scotia's children are getting the best start in life and grow to be well-rounded, academically, physically, and socially. Citizens prepared and able to make a difference in our province. With me today, representing this team, are Sarah Halliday, the Associate Deputy Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, and Jen Wood, Director of Financial Advisory Services. Sarah and Jen help drive the exceptional work of the department and are here today to ensure I'm not forgetting anything amidst our very many programs and investments. Our province stands at a critical juncture where decisions are made today that will shape the future of generations to come. To meet this challenge, our government's budget 2024-2025 builds on the work that we have already started and sets a path for the future. This budget recognizes Nova Scotia as a province with opportunity where youth can grow and build their lives. This budget offers solutions to some of our most complex challenges so that people can live in vibrant, healthy communities and have the best chance to achieve their full potential. This commitment to the people of our province is evident within the priority investments we are making in public education and early learning and childcare. This fiscal year, the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development's total budget will grow to more than $1.99 billion. This includes $126 million new dollars supporting our work, an increase that amounts to a 6.7% increase over last year, and a testament to the importance government places on our mandate. This increase is made up of tens of millions of dollars to support the 2 key areas of our work: $56.6 million more for our childcare transformation, and $48.7 million more in additional public education funding. These investments are in addition to the $208.5 million to build and renovate schools in our 24-25 capital plan that was announced last month. With our $48.7 million increase in public education funding is a new flagship program that will support our students, bring school communities together, and improve affordability for Nova Scotian families. And I'm speaking, of course, of our new Universal School Lunch program. Getting this program off the ground was immensely important to me and to leaders across government. It was important to our partners and to our families. And what better time than March, Nutrition Month, to talk about how we are bringing more accessible, inclusive, and nutritious food into our schools. Through $18.8 million in year one investment, we are changing the lives of students and families, including many of our most vulnerable students. Our program will start shortly after the beginning of the 24-25 school year, prioritizing access to lunch for elementary school students across the province. This universal school lunch program will be affordable for all and free for any who need it. It will be stigma-free by ensuring food is available to every student and delivered in a way that keeps payment information anonymous. And what we learn in this first year of implementation will help us build a program that provides access to in-school lunches for all public school students. Throughout the next 4 years, we'll be expanding the program, supported through additional investment, until lunch is accessible in all public schools to all students from pre-primary to grade 12 across Nova Scotia. In my time as minister, I've attended more than 60 school staff meetings, listening to teachers and school staff, and I have visited dozens of other schools in person. Access to food came up often, the importance, the challenges, and the successes. School staff spoke about the value of our universal free breakfast programs and the important role of school food in food security. I heard about unique school food programs ranging from West Northfield Elementary, where lunch is prepared fresh in a specially converted space. I heard about Maple Grove Education Center's new hot breakfast program. I heard about Liverpool Regional High School's High Impact Fruit Bowl program and Woodlawn High's Panther Pantry and Drumlin Heights Consolidated student-led food drives. This input from across the province is helping shape our school lunch program. We are ensuring that we're supportive of the successful programs already in place in schools across the province. And we're looking at how to support and leverage existing community connections and partnerships, all while we're continuing to invest in these existing successes. As you're aware, the province has been funding breakfast programs since 2005. We have repeatedly heard from breakfast program providers and school staff that breakfast programs give students a healthy start to their day, ways to learn about healthy eating, and a chance to connect with friends, classmates, teachers, and volunteers. Alongside our school lunch program, $1.7 million will support the continued provision of breakfast in all of our schools. That means that every student will still have access to universal free breakfast. Other supports and grants that drive in-school food program innovation and creativity will also be available. A very important piece of our food in schools work is nutrition, and we continue to work closely with the regions, with the CSAP, and Nova Scotia Health to ensure that food in schools is healthy. This work is supported by our school food nutrition policy, which we are currently updating, as well as a new food and beverage standard for schools. These tools align the department, the regions, CSAP, school staff, and food service vendors to ensure that what is being offered in schools is healthy and nutritious. Families know what to expect and can be confident in the food being offered in schools across the province. It's a key piece of our school food programs, making sure students are learning about and creating lifelong healthy eating habits. In this way, our school lunch program directly supports government's work to transform our healthcare system and Solution 6 of Action for Health. We know that diet plays a crucial role in health. By providing nutritious meals in schools, we are helping children and youth develop healthy eating habits that lead to better long-term health, easing pressures on our healthcare system, and improving outcomes for all Nova Scotians. In addition to this exciting investment in school food, we are also keeping in mind that Nova Scotia is growing like never before, and we need to reflect this growth in our overall investment in the public school system. Our schools are now responsible for more than 131,000 students. This growth necessitates staffing, space, and operations to keep up, all while keeping pace with the record inflation impacting sectors here in Nova Scotia and around the world. That's why we have earmarked more than $28 million to address growth pressures through increased staffing and to offset inflationary costs, with $2 million in additional funding for incremental operating costs to support our newest schools, École Torbay, West Bedford, and West Bedford High. When combined with our more than $1 billion multi-year school capital plan, we are ensuring that we're able to respond to immediate growth needs and provide safe, comfortable environments for our students. Right now, 14 newer replacement schools are working their way through our school capital process. 4 of those schools will open this year: Spring Hill Elementary, Breton Education Centre, École Wedgeport, and Eastern Shore Consolidated School. We're also working with the Department of Public Works to identify sites for 4 additional Halifax Regional Municipality schools. In the meantime, our plan invests in preserving, refreshing, and extending the life of our existing schools with an unprecedented investment in capital repairs. We also use modular classrooms to respond to immediate growth needs. Modulars are a group of classroom units connected by common hallways and including washrooms and other facilities. Each is equipped with heating, ventilation, and technology and are safe, comfortable spaces for students and teachers. Modulars let us act fast in areas with enrollment pressures by creating an addition to an existing school. Modulars are modern learning spaces that have received positive feedback from school communities. Installation of modular units is underway now in Cape Breton. With full bellies and facility needs met, students are ready to focus on learning, and we're stepping up here too. Looking back briefly, this year has seen a number of new resources and curriculum enhancements that are enriching the education that we provide our students. This September, the province purchased more than 10,000 new computers and other tech for schools across Nova Scotia, giving older students access to individual computers and younger students technology for group and classroom projects. We introduced the Life 11 pilot. Life 11 is a new course that gives high school students the skills to ask and answer important real-life questions about themselves and the world around them. Big questions, like how can decisions I make now impact my future career and education options? How can I create a spending plan that supports my financial needs and values? How can I have an impact on my community? This is also the first semester high school students can enroll in Netigalim 12. This course merges Mi'kmaq and Western knowledge systems, known as two-eyed seeing, at Awaptimunk, as students explore their local and global environments. And I'm happy to say that it has been a hit. More than 60 students across 3 regional centres for education, 12 in the South Shore, 21 in Halifax, and 30 in Cape Breton. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the course grows our students' respect and understanding of how a person can live their life on Mother Earth, where spirit guides heart, mind, and actions. The department also provided design and development support for the new Mi'kmaq Language 11 course provided through Nova Scotia Virtual School. Looking forward, we are focused on strategic curriculum changes in support of student achievement. The 2024-2025 school year will see the introduction of a new literacy and math strategies supported by revised curriculum with resources to ensure our teachers are comfortable and prepared. Informed by the latest science on how children can become skilled readers, writers, and communicators, and in direct response to comments and feedback that we've had from teachers across the province, our new provincial literacy strategy redesigns primary to grade 2 language arts curriculums and focuses older students on developing the skills to independently read, write, and communicate. This September, we will start teaching the redesigned primary to grade 2 curriculum centered around our 6 pillars of literacy instruction: oral language, phonological awareness, phonics, vocabulary, reading fluency, and comprehension. Resources supporting the strategy will include new professional learning and web resources for teachers, technology integration to support independence, and new books to support phonics learning. We are also strengthening interventions, looking for struggles earlier and making sure schools have the right tools to get students back on track. Similarly, we'll be implementing a new math curriculum, applying the latest research and methods to make sure Nova Scotia students are able to excel in mathematics. While still being finalized, the new math curriculum will encourage critical thinking and analytical skills in students. It will enhance opportunities for students to think creatively and develop problem-solving abilities that are essential for success in academics and beyond. Department staff will be working with teachers, school staff, and partners to finalize these new curricular offerings and make sure everyone is ready to go for September. This is the first year our physical activity framework has been in schools. This framework was the result of significant consultation with a wide range of educational partners with its launch in September, marking a great milestone. The framework focuses on reducing sedentary behaviors, increasing opportunities for movement throughout the school day, and creating increased opportunities for outdoor learning. Last fall, I had the opportunity to introduce the Conseil Scolaire Acadien Provincial Act. The new legislation supports publicly funded French first language education programs and services to ensure the well-being and success of Nova Scotia's Acadian and Francophone students. The new act includes a memorandum of understanding between myself as minister and CSAP, outlining a shared commitment to collaborate and a consultation requirement for new or changing policy and regulations affecting French first language education. It also confirms the existing roles of CSAP and its superintendent and introduces a new position dedicated to French first language education within the department. This position is now fully funded within our 24-25 budget, federally recoverable through the Official Languages in Education Protocol. And under the agreement, the federal government provides financial support for supplemental costs when providing minority language education and second language instruction. The program stems from bilateral agreements between the federal government and the provinces and territories. It supports our work to provide quality educational programs and services that promote our Acadian and Francophone communities while supporting proficiency in both of Canada's official languages for all students in our province. Some of the resulting programming includes all French immersion classroom teachers from primary to grade 9 having the opportunity to add books to their classroom libraries. Expanded resources available to teachers, Acadian and Francophone families, and the French as a second language community through the Centre Provincial de Ressources Pédagogiques. And increased capacity to offer virtual learning in French as a second language by adding core French courses that let students in small, rural, and remote schools access courses that aren't offered in person. All of this work, as with everything we do, has been undertaken with our commitment to inclusive education at the forefront. The department has an unwavering focus on equity and supporting success for students who are historically marginalized and racialized or who come from other groups that have been traditionally underrepresented and underserved. Our inclusive education policy has now been in place for nearly 4 years. In Nova Scotia, successful inclusive education requires safe, caring schools that welcome families and include the broader community as key partners in education. Teaching and supports based on evidence that promote students' physical, social, emotional, and behavioral well-being and achievement. Promoting the independence of every student and developing their resilience as they progress through school. Focusing on equity by supporting success for students who are historically marginalized and racialized, or who come from other groups that have been traditionally underrepresented and underserved. Stimulating and accessible learning opportunities to keep every student engaged, challenged, and inspired. Ensuring that every student sees themselves reflected throughout their schools, throughout their learning resources, and within their learning experiences. And everyone, including partners in departments of health and wellness, community services, and justice, working together to support students' strengths and help address their challenges in a culturally and linguistically responsive, accepting, respectful, and supportive way that honors all students' cultural identities and values their experiences and their worldviews. The well-being, health, and safety of our 2S LGBTQIA+ students is also a priority for the department and for our government. Our guidelines for supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students, a part of our commitment to inclusive education, were created with input from health experts and first introduced in 2014. This year, we are reviewing the guidelines in consultation with our many important educational partners to ensure the language and content is best supporting the success of all students. These guidelines, as well as our age-appropriate, inclusive health education curriculum, are one way that we help students see themselves reflected throughout their school and within their learning experiences. Part of our commitment to inclusive schools is a commitment to safe school culture where all students are supported to develop healthy relationships, make good choices, and achieve success in learning. The reality continues to be that we cannot separate schools from their communities, nor would we ever want to. And so the challenges faced by communities do make their way into schools. But within our $1.3 billion public education budget are many programs, resources, and professional supports to teachers and other school staff as they work to foster safe and inclusive learning environments. Many supports are already in our schools, like an online classroom-ready resource for teachers about mental health, 70 new school counselors, and 19 new school psychologists over the past 5 years. The services of 54 Schools Plus mental health clinicians co-located in schools, 79 facilitators, social workers, and 147 community outreach workers who provide a range of mental health and well-being supports and links to community organizations. More than 1,000 new positions within the inclusive education field over the past 5 years to support students and teachers. A secure virtual platform purchased that extends the reach of available services to students and families. Mental health and wellness grants and additional online resources for every school. Mental health and wellness resources are for overall well-being of everyone in the public school system. Nothing within our public school system would be possible without the more than 21,000 teachers, administrators, and school staff who are charged with the achievement and well-being of our more than 131,000 students. Within this group are 10,000 teachers and 2,600 substitute teachers who are so critically important to the intellectual, emotional, and social development of our young people. Teachers inspire, they motivate, they empower children and youth across the province to reach their full potential and make a positive impact on the world. Supporting teachers is crucial in ensuring the success of our education system and the well-being of students. When speaking to teachers, I hear their challenges, and I'm committed to working towards investing in solutions. The total budget for public education funding this fiscal year has grown by $48.7 million, an increase of 3.8%, bringing the total to more than $1.3 billion. A significant part of the overall public education funding budget, and this year's $48.7 million, is earmarked to support teachers in the important work that they do. Guided by the department's first teacher recruitment and retention strategy, we are working to train, recruit, and retain more teachers than ever before. The foundation of the strategy is reliable data, listening to our teachers, and close collaboration with our educational partners. And we are training more teachers. This year, we expanded Bachelor of Education seats at Cape Breton University, growing from 40 to 115 seats for the next 3 years. The university will also be testing a new virtual BED offering. The 8-month online pilot will allow students to complete the program and their practicum from anywhere in the province. This is an innovative program that covers the full BED program in a condensed timeframe and continues to include practice teaching, getting those interested in becoming teachers into classrooms faster. Through a combination of in-person and online learning, St. Francis Xavier University's off-campus programs are also expanding access to teacher training by offering BED programs in rural communities that otherwise do not have easy access to an on-campus program. These programs deliver courses outside traditional methods, allowing people the opportunity to train to become teacher in ways that fit their lifestyle and their personal situations. We also need teachers that reflect our communities. Teachers with diverse backgrounds and experiences, particularly African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq teachers. Through a $700,000 government investment, the department recently partnered with Acadia University and the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute. This partnership has led to the creation of a part-time Afrocentric BED program that will help a cohort of African Nova Scotians pursue a BED online while continuing to work full-time in their current jobs and remain in their communities. Where we usually see 4 to 5 African Nova Scotians graduating from BED programs each year, this new cohort expects to add 26 new African Nova Scotian teachers to our system upon graduation. Internationally educated teachers also bring unique perspectives and experiences that support our commitment to fostering a racially diverse and inclusive learning environment. This group is benefiting from one of the department's new teacher certification initiatives, our new teacher certification portal. The portal lets prospective teachers apply and track the progress of their certification online, cutting red tape and improving the overall applicant and teacher experience. We're also pursuing changes that modernize the process to become a teacher in Nova Scotia, removing unnecessary barriers and aligning with other provinces. We're reviewing our certification requirements in relation to other provinces in Canada and how they align with what we believe teachers need to be successful as they begin their careers. This move aligns requirements to teach in Nova Scotia with other career paths, like nursing and teacher certification needs in other provinces. Our work isn't just about new teachers. We also want to retain the talented, dedicated educators that we have in classrooms today. We're committed to providing opportunities for advancement, supporting professional development, and to listening. One way we are listening is through our Ideas for Education program. Last year, I asked teachers and educators, including principals and vice principals, for ideas on how to improve outcomes for students. And this group did not disappoint. Ideas for Education pilot programs are now in schools across every regional center for education and within CSAP. These ongoing pilot programs include the creation of elementary math specialist positions, a new way of assigning child and youth care practitioners in schools, the expansion of a program that promotes healthy masculinity, the hiring of more term substitutes, matching experienced mentors to new teachers, and the reinstatement of the provincial attendance policy. There are also ideas at work in each and every region and in CSAP. One of my favorites, although it is hard to choose, is the addition of a Connect program within Cape Breton Victoria's Memorial High School's alternative education program. The teacher-created and initiated Connect program supports students with mental health, anxiety, and substantial attendance challenges, and it is working. The school reported 7 vulnerable students graduated because of this program. Those of you who follow the regions on social media may have caught HRCE promoting one of their ideas for education this week. On Wednesday, the region shared a video about their newcomer pilot program that is supporting students at Clayton Park Junior High. The teacher-created pilot consists of 2 streams, a language class and guided reading groups. Newcomer students, many of whom have experienced interruptions in learning, and some who have never attended school, gain a better understanding of school life and routine while acquiring basic language and literacy skills. The Ideas for Education pilot is proving instrumental in creating a safe, supportive environment for our newcomer students. Another idea that is particularly poignant as we celebrate International Women's Day is the creation of Girls with Goals in the South Shore region. This teacher-initiated idea resulted in an experience for young women in grade 9 to explore hands-on trades like refrigeration, electrical, carpentry, motorcycle and power products repair, and automotive. Given its first-year success, Ideas for Education is now a mainstay of our department's work. And my sincere thanks goes out to the teachers and school staff who have submitted ideas so far. I can't wait to see what great ideas, come next. As we listen to teachers, we're also listening to families, staff, students, and others who are part of our school community through our local voice work. In November, I held a town hall inviting school administrators and representatives from each and every school advisory council across our network of 373 schools. There, I reiterated that we together are partners in the leadership of the education system. And that, in recognition of this partnership and the importance of local voice in our decision-making, the department is taking action to create more opportunity for the voices of parents and for the community. Starting this year, in every region and CSAP, there is an enhanced role for SACs in supporting schools and regions through a new innovation fund that provides grants of up to $10,000 to a school SAC to support innovative ideas that promote student well-being and achievement. an annual conference for all SACs to provide policy input and discuss common school challenges and opportunities. More input for SACs in how school funds are distributed in schools, including the Healthy Schools Grant, and additional parent, guardian, and community representation on SACs. We're also enhancing transparency and engagement with school regions and leaders by having regional executive directors lead public engagement sessions for parents and guardians and regional leaders 3 times a year to discuss student achievement and well-being, capital planning and repairs, and other school priorities. And parent navigation in every region in CSAP is also being strengthened to ensure families get questions answered in a timely manner. And at regional leadership tables, we are adding new diverse voices. Moving forward, we will have a regional student advisory committee that reports directly to regional executive directors and CSAP's Director General about student issues. As well, each region will create a new regional advisory table that reflects the diversity of the region, made up primarily of SAC members, to provide advice to regional executive directors. These outcomes were based on engagement with school communities, working with SACs, parents, guardians, students, custodians and operations staff, ministerial advisory bodies, and with others. We asked how people were connecting with the education system and how they wanted to better connect in the future. And now we're seeing results. Applications are open for the $10,000 SAC Innovation Fund. Regions are starting to host public engagement sessions, including the South Shore region, who held their first engagement session this week in Hebville. And our first annual conference, bringing representatives from all SACs together, is now scheduled for this September. We will also be bringing people together for our Education Week celebrations this April. Education Week is celebrated annually and is another way we show appreciation to all of the educators, support staff, and administrators. This year's theme is Connections to Community. It's a timely theme for a year where we're connecting schools through ideas for education, connecting wider school communities through local voice, and celebrating each other's successes in the new Education Connections newsletter. All of these accomplishments are carried out in partnership with the Public School Administrators Association of Nova Scotia, with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, Nova Scotia Universities, and all of our other educational partners. Only together can we build the best possible education system for our children and for our youth. As you can see in our budget, public education is only half the story. We're also transforming childcare in Nova Scotia. This transformation is now hitting its stride, with families and people working in childcare now feeling the impacts of our work to build a system that is accessible, that is affordable, that is inclusive and high quality. These 4 pillars, and I will reference them a lot, guide our work and are ensuring a more reliable and stable childcare system for families in Nova Scotia. Understanding this importance, the Nova Scotia government, in partnership with our federal counterparts, now invests $333 million annually in early learning and childcare, which is an increase of more than $56 million this fiscal year. This $56 million increase is earmarked to continue to provide lower fees for families, create more childcare spaces, enhance after-school care, and support better wages and benefits for our early childhood educators. $42.5 million of this new investment is fully recoverable from the federal government under the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. And the remaining $12.3 million is an investment from the province directly allocated to increasing wages for early childhood educators. Quality childcare has been proven to significantly contribute to a child's cognitive, social, and emotional development, laying a solid foundation for lifelong learning and well-being. Our $333 million investment is supporting the historic transformation of our system and is helping to improve the lives of Nova Scotia's children, parents, and caregivers, and the people who work in the sector. We are shifting towards a more comprehensive system, fueled by the Canada-Nova Scotia Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, marking a significant departure from the past. The accessible, affordable, inclusive, high-quality childcare system we are building today will benefit families across the province for generations to come. Nova Scotia's childcare system supports thousands of families, with more than 320 centres and 200 family home providers offering provincially licensed and funded programs for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. There are also many school sites with providers offering before and after school care through the Nova Scotia Before and After School program. While our federal agreements enabled the start of our transformative work and provided much needed funding, the full picture of this change is much more than a financial story. It includes expanding a workforce, increasing spaces for children, defining quality programming, all of which are captured in the pillars of our work. The progress Nova Scotians are now seeing is the result of department programs recognizing the complexity of our existing system and responding to the unique childcare needs of our families. Since entering the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement in July 2021, we have added more than 3,800 childcare spaces. The agreement references the addition of 9,500 spaces by March 2026, a target that acknowledges the importance of increasing access to childcare. We are more than 40% there. More importantly, the infrastructure we have created lays the foundation for a responsive, flexible system that can continue to grow beyond 2026. There have also been great strides in ensuring affordability for families. More than a year ago, childcare fees were reduced by an average of 50% for most families. And I say most because as of last year, more than 4,000 families received additional support from the childcare subsidy program that helps further reduce costs. And that subsidy results in more than 3,000 families accessing childcare for free. Progress to date with affordability has saved many Nova Scotia families thousands of dollars in 2023. Savings they will see this year and next year until families are paying an average of $10 per day in March 2026. We're also working to build an inclusive childcare sector that can offer the types of care families need. An example of this would be after-hours care, like the new Health Park after-hours childcare pilot for the children of healthcare workers. This pilot, located close to the Cape Breton Regional Hospital in Sydney, now has 19 children enrolled in extended hour and weekend care. None of this progress would be possible without our sector partners, operators, and early childhood educators. The department works closely with an early learning and childcare engagement table made up of operators, ECEs, early childhood development experts, and families who share insights and expertise. In this transformation, as in everything we do, first voice experiences are central to our decisions. We heard from the engagement table that to offer the highest quality of childcare, we needed to professionalize the sector. Most recently, this input helped guide significant wage increases. First, we established a wage scale for ECEs, raising wages between 14% and 43% for 95% of the workforce. A second wage increase between $3.14 an hour to $4.24 an hour for ECEs was announced late last year and will be implemented April 1st. This is in addition to ECEs working in licensed childcare now being eligible for wage increases in alignment with the public sector. These increases, enhanced by the introduction of a group benefits and pension package for all employees of the licensed sector, walks the walk of acknowledging the important role ECEs play in our childcare system. We have also supported new pathways into the sector with hundreds of people participating in new diploma and upskilling programs annually. We have accelerated programs getting people working faster. We have virtual programs providing access for people, especially those living in remote and rural areas. We have programs specifically supporting newcomers. We have French language, Afrocentric, and Mi'kmaq programming that provides for more inclusive childcare options. The list goes on. Children deserve care that gives them the best start in life, and families deserve care that is accessible and affordable regardless of their financial means, available regardless of where they live when they work, inclusive and high quality. And we are building that system. Education and childcare continue to be priorities for this government. The investments we are making in these areas are necessary to seize a more prosperous future for Nova Scotians, helping families and supporting growth. As I said at the outset of my remarks, Budget 24-25 builds on the work we have already started and sets a path for the future. For the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, this future is safe and inclusive schools where students thrive. It is no student sitting in class hungry. It is supported and empowered school staff and school communities. And it is an accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high-quality childcare system. Thank you. We're now happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that is developed in the legislature, the opposition caucuses take their turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During the caucus term, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimates resolution. Only the minister can answer the questions. Caucuses are expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I will now recognize the official opposition and the honourable member from Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks. And I got to say, it's good to see everyone. It's been a while. You do have a great staff who are very dedicated to our kids. I got to see that firsthand, not only in some of the initiatives that you talked about tonight around childcare, but also in some very difficult times around some big waves around COVID, and making some really significant decisions to make sure that we kept schools open the best we could and made sure that our kids could continue to learn, and also big thanks to our teachers who adjusted at the time. So I'm going to start with a few questions. I may have some of my colleagues come in. They'll have some more specific questions around some particulars around the province, but I'll start with the lunch program, which is great, and advocates have been asking for this for years. And I guess my first question is, because we've talked about this for years, and there was always this idea that we had to wait for federal funding. So why is there federal funding involved with the lunch program now? And if not, what was the rationale for this year compared to the last 2?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Yes, so thank you for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about food in schools. So we're in agreement about the importance of this. We've talked on many occasions about the need for food in schools. So in relation to federal funding, we learned about 2 years ago that the federal government was committed to providing support for universal food programming in schools. And as soon as we learned of that, I was in contact with the federal minister, Minister Gould at the time, to express interest on behalf of Nova Scotians to be first out of the gate with this, recognizing the importance of it. And our commitment to expanding access to food in schools across the province. I spoke with Minister Gould on many occasions, and you know, she was a very collaborative, engaged minister, and on each occasion took the opportunity again to reiterate Nova Scotia's interest in being first to partner with the federal government on an universal lunch program in schools. That ministry changed hands recently, and Minister Suds has taken over, and I've been in touch with her as well about this issue. All the while talking with educators across the province about the variety of needs that they see, their experience in the schools, the successes that they have, the challenges that they have, the solutions that they have. And so reiterated the province's interest in taking on the support of the federal government to expand access to food in schools when the federal government was ready to move ahead on that. I was very pleased in one of my recent conversations with the federal minister to get her assurance that should we move forward with a program in Nova Scotia and subsequently the federal government came up with funding, that we wouldn't miss out on any opportunity for federal funding as a result of moving ahead. So that was very reassuring, certainly, and we were really pleased to receive that confirmation. But I mentioned the conversations that and input that we had from school families, and I've joined staff meetings. I've joined over 60 staff meetings. Over 60 staff teams across the province have welcomed me into their staff meetings. I've visited dozens of other schools, and many of those schools spoke to me about school food programming, and that showed up in a variety of ways. So it showed up in schools celebrating and talking about the importance of the universal breakfast programs, and the fact that having those universal breakfast programs and that food available through those programs was very important to food security for their students and their communities. I also heard from schools about the really incredible, innovative food programming that they have. So we heard from one small rural school who took, seized the opportunity. They took a small space that they had in their school, because they were one of those schools that didn't have a lunch program or a dedicated space for it, and they took a small space in their school, converted it to a kitchen, and are offering fresh lunch every day. We've heard of other programs like the Panther Pantry. So many schools took the opportunity to talk about the ways in which that they've provided school food to their students. And then the third theme I would say that I heard from teachers and school staff teams across the province was the value and importance of the volunteerism, community engagement, community partnerships that lead to the provision of food in schools. So one example that comes to mind is school in Whitney Pier and the special relationship they have with the local Ukrainian community, and the food programs that are offered with that support. So those were the themes that we heard regularly, and as I said, from the moment we started talking about this, we were committed always to expanding access to food in schools, and so all of that, particularly the feedback and input that we've had from educators across the province, now is the time to do it. Now is the time to take action, because we do know that this is important for students from a learning perspective. We know that students learn better when their bellies are full and they're not worried about food. We know that it's important from a health perspective. That students are more able to learn, and they're better set up for a full and healthy life if they have access to nutritious and healthy food. And we also know that for many families, having affordable lunch for students, and for some families, having free lunch for students is really important. And so we're creating a program that addresses all of those needs.
I recognize the honourable member, Sydney Member 2.
Thank you. And one of the other things you and I talked about, Minister, in the in debates in the House, is that we never wanted anybody asking for it, right? And teachers have done an outstanding job of trying to deal with those situations where you have families, and I saw it in my time, where you have families and you have kids that are afraid to ask the question. And now you have a situation where you have a fully funded breakfast program and eventually a lunch program that hopefully will eliminate that question. And I can see, that was kind of the goal for everybody from the beginning. So I have been receiving a lot of calls from schools, kind of doing a tour myself around, and there are some questions around it. So, logistics, really. You know what I mean? Some schools have cafeterias, some schools don't have cafeterias or kitchens. You mentioned some examples of how some things have been converted in schools, or there's great relationships within communities across the province. And, in the Pier, that's a great example. So under the funding that schools can receive, it's for food, and we all want to push for local food and using our local distributors if we can, and working with agriculture. But can will part of that money be looking at converting spaces in schools that may need infrastructure to help support the program?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Great. So I want to start out by recognizing the breadth of diversity around our schools across the province, and the reality that every local school is a little bit different, and some schools are a lot different from one another. And so we know the ways in which schools will provide and meet the needs to deliver this universal lunch programming across the province are going to be as varied as those schools are. And so we know some schools across the province already are well set up in terms of infrastructure and programming, and it will be fairly easy for those schools to adapt into this new program, and other schools will need more support around that. I also want to say, sort of at the outset, that what each program looks like in each school is going to differ. And that's a good thing, because we want to make sure that we leverage the local resources that are already in place, the local relationships that are already in place, and we want that any food programming, but specifically this universal lunch programming, to be reflective of local needs. So although we want a universal program that means everybody has access to lunch, that every student has access to lunch across the province, we also want to make sure that that program in an individual school is reflective of that school community. So having said all of that, the funding buckets, if you will, are procurement, so procurement of food, so the actual food, infrastructure and support to ensure that our schools have capacity to deliver the programming, and then other supports, and that might be staff. So those buckets, to go into a little more depth, the procurement is really about the availability of food for each of the schools. Infrastructure will support some of those things that you asked about in terms of facilities, but that doesn't mean every school necessarily will have to do a build out, right? So again, it'll look different from school to school. And I also want to say we are very mindful of how full our educators' days are, and we want to make sure that our educators, our schools, are supported in this work, so that this does not add work unduly to their plates, because we know they're busy doing all of the other things that they already do. So they're, the support bucket of funding will also include staff to support the work. Having said that, I also want to recognize the reality, and I've heard this directly from so many teachers as I've talked to folks about food over the course of the last over 2 years. Many educators, school staff, are already involved in providing food and supporting school food programming. And it's not just because of the importance of that for students, learning and for their nutrition, but also because of how foundational it is for relationship development. And so what we see is that breakfast programs provide opportunities to connect and have conversations and build relationships outside of the classroom. Build relationships with students that may be in their classroom, maybe aren't in their classroom, connect community members, and in addition to that, there are opportunities for learning. So, so we want to make sure, and we will make sure, that we provide staffing support for our educators, but we also want to recognize, and I want to shout out to those school staff who already are involved and are going to continue to be involved, because they see the benefits and realize the benefits.
The Honourable Member, City Member 2.
Thank you. Just one last question on the food, the lunch program for now, and I guess that was my question. So you've provided the rollout of what you're looking at starting off next year, and I can appreciate too that it's going to be unique. You may be able to partner with outside organizations that will be able to provide it. I also know a lot of organizations provide a lot of lunch to kids in communities, just like Whitney Pier Boys and Girls Club. Chester's feeding like hundreds of kids, right? Like, and he just does it under the goodness of his heart because he's Chester. But so it will be interesting to see. I think there's lots of opportunities there where you can partner with external organizations. But I was curious about the school piece because it is a big rollout and there's a lot of money involved with it. And we'll all have questions and we'll be following along as we go. But are you looking at additional staff because you're implementing this program?
The Honourable Education Minister.
Yes. So, yeah, we have 373 schools across the province. Our focus in the first phase of this is on elementary schools. So that will mean roughly half of our schools in the first phase. So you're right to identify this as being a significant operational lift for sure. So we will have one staff at the department who is tasked with and responsible for this programming. And as I mentioned, in terms of the buckets, out of the $18 million, one of those buckets is supports, and we anticipate staff will be included in that, but the details will come.
The Honourable Member, City Member Two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can appreciate that that's going to kind of roll out and be different, but anytime you're doing this, and I know a lot of volunteers participate in the breakfast programs. There's a lot of great service organizations that kind of take on that role, and sometimes they can get stretched too, right? When they're trying to do that. So I was curious about. I would appreciate there's some folks in the department that will play a role in it. Just be curious as we roll it out to see how it goes when it comes to whether you have to hire additional staff within the schools, because you're getting into maybe some more significant meals when it comes to the lunch program. But that's my questions on the lunch program for now. I think it's exciting. We've been talking about it for years. There'll be other things that it's one of the tangible things that you can do to help kids, and nothing better than a full belly when we know lots of them, and especially in some communities across Cape Breton that I use as an example that have high poverty rates. Much too high, and have been for a generation. It's going to help. It's going to help a lot of kids. I got a couple questions. I'm going to have a colleague come in here shortly, but I do want to talk a bit about the childcare deal, and very proud of staff in that department. They worked very hard. I got to see it firsthand. Actually how much time and effort people put into getting an agreement. I was at the announcement, Minister, when you made the announcement at Health Park, at the daycare there. I know some of the nurses that were actually involved with that. They saw the opportunity right away, and I hope that can continue. But I'm just looking for some specifics now. So you gave me some numbers at the beginning, but my first question is, how many new childcare spaces opened in Nova Scotia last year?
The Honourable Education Minister.
Great. So, I mean, I'm so passionate about the childcare work that we're doing, and you're absolutely right. We have an incredible staff team at the department, and the team, the early years team has been working really flat out since the beginning of this, because it is such a significant historic shift. So we wanted to be sure that the work that we were doing was transparent. So I wanted to let you know, in case you didn't know, that we have our website live, which provides people with access to information on what spaces were opened and where and when. And so anybody can go and check that out and see details on the progress that's being made around the opening of childcare spaces as we move to the target of 9,500 spaces by March of 2026. So I don't have that time frame that you were asking about at my fingertips. You can access it online, or we can get it for you afterwards. But I can say, in terms of the overall numbers that have been created, we've created 1,097 spaces in childcare centres across the province. We've created 904 spaces in family homes across the province. And we've created 1,860 before and after childcare spaces across the province, for a total of 3,861 new spaces created since we started the work to transform childcare.
The Honourable Member, City Member 2.
Can you, you probably don't have this with you, but if I can get it from staff, that would be great. So 3,861 spaces in total. How many did you lose?
The Honourable Education Minister.
Great, thanks. So one of the things that is amazing about this childcare transformation is what it's allowing us to do is create stability in a sector that previously was really hasn't had that. So the sector is really made up of operators, independently owned and run operators who make independent decisions on their own. And so this work is knitting that together and creating consistency among approaches. It's creating alignment around practices to ensure that we have inclusive childcare, that we have accessible, affordable, quality childcare. So over the last 2.5 years, 1,031 spaces were lost as a result of decisions of operators to wind up or close or otherwise make those shifts.
Recognize the Honourable Member, City Member 2.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, of the spaces that were created, can you give us, or give me, sorry, a bit of a breakdown in geography of where those spaces were created?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Great, thanks. So I can speak to breakdowns for the space expansion in terms of zones, and we have that breakdown for our licensed centres. So within the northern zone, we've created 175 spaces. In Central, we've created 406 spaces. In Eastern, we've created 255 spaces. And in Western, we've created 261 spaces. Now, I will say we are excited about the innovative changes that we're making as well. And so Health Park, for example, and you talked about the significance of Health Park being, and I will say, you talked about the significance of it for your community. I will say it's significant, I think, nationally in terms of being a real innovative approach to childcare. We don't see many centers at all that offer after hours or weekend care in the way that Health Park is doing. So we were very excited when that came to fruition. And I will say the space expansion actually doesn't capture the expansion in Health Park, because Health Park has used their existing spaces to expand access. So just to put it very simply, one space may enable 2 or more children to attend, because the space, the child is not necessarily going to attend from 7 in the morning when they open to, 11 p.m. at night or on the weekends. So they're enabled, that program is enabling Health Park to use existing spaces to a greater capacity than one might otherwise think.
Recognize the honourable member, City Member Toad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And similar to my last question, I'll ask the opposite. Of those divisions, Northern, Central, East, and West, how many seats have you lost in those areas?
Recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
Great. Thank you. So, and this again is in relation to licensed centers, not the family homes or the before and after programming. And so in Northern, there were a total of 169 spaces. In Central, there were 257. In Eastern, there were 15. And in Western, there were 30.
I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. Minister and staff, thank you for your time and efforts to prepare for today and in general. Want to go back to a comment that the minister made in question period related to the timeline for to execute the $10 a day child care. Just hoping, I know it is tough to get in a fulsome answer in 45 seconds, so if the minister can add some context and as to why there is, I believe she made reference at the time to a 5-year timeline to accomplish that goal. Just would like the minister to clarify, please, and thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Education.
Great. So thanks for raising that again. I had made note of the surprise at the time when I said that number and then subsequently forgot about it. So the Canada-Nova Scotia Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement was signed in July of 2021. And the target date for the work that we're undertaking around reducing fees to $10 a day, creating 9,500 spaces, the work that we're doing around quality and the work that we're doing around supporting and professionalizing our childcare staff. That target date is is March 31st, 2026. So it was a 5-year agreement, and that's why I referenced the 5-year timeline. I'm going to guess that people were thinking I was talking 5 years from today, and that was not at all my intention.
Recognize the honourable member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you for that clarification through the chair, Minister. What's the role of the private sector going to be? I represent a community that is predominantly filled with so-called for-profit childcare operators, and I'm hearing from them and from some parents that there are limitations on their ability to expand, that is the restrictions that are being a result of decisions at the department. I'm wondering if the minister can comment on if that is true, if there are limitations for private for-profit entities to be part of the 9,500 spaces target that she referenced previously, through the chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Great. So thanks for the question. And I can say unconditionally we value and support our private operators. So we have a significant number of private operators here in Nova Scotia, and we have quality childcare being delivered by not-for-profits and for private operators all across the province. And so I also want to talk about what the private operators are included in. So our private operators, and I knew from the outset, and we knew from the outset when we took office, that we needed to inform our work through engagement with the sector. And so one of the first things that we did was to create an engagement table, and that was to involve representatives from within the sector. That's ECEs, that's operators, that's experts in childcare, that's family members. And we have folks who are representative both from our not-for-profit sector as well as our private sector at that table. And they've been incredibly valuable members at the table. All of the work that we're doing to support the reduction of fees, so the 50% reduction in fees is funded through this agreement and through this work. That is all, our private operators are receiving the benefits of that, so that that flows through to families who are receiving childcare through private operators. The incredible work that's been done to professionalize the wages in this sector. So all of the wage increases that we've had, from the first wage increase of 14 to 43%, to our subsequent more recent wage increases, the wage increases that will be tied to civil service wage pattern increases, and the benefits and pension funding. All of that funding to support those wage increases and benefits, that also flows to our private operators in addition to our not-for-profit operators. The grants that we have around operational funding as we work towards a new funding model, we know that we need to continue to support operators through challenges that they may be experiencing around just around operational funding. So we have created and continue to provide operational grants, funding grants, inclusion funding grants. All of those benefits are available to our private operators. The one limitation that does exist with respect to our private operators is really, it's a function very specifically of the terms of the Canada-Nova Scotia Canada-wide childcare agreement, which was signed by the prior government. We had no involvement in that, and I know there was an eagerness to get that deal done, and as a result of that, the limitation that exists in that agreement is that expansion needs to be prioritized with not-for-profit operators. And so this is something that we've raised with the federal government on multiple occasions. Most recently, at the sort of department and staff level, this was raised with the federal government in the negotiations and discussions around the renewal of the action plan. We have, for a long time and on a number of occasions, expressed a desire to have an interpretation of the agreement that allows us to engage our private operators in expansion. And we have been advised on a number of occasions that that's not the interpretation that the federal government has taken. Having said that, again, I've had multiple conversations with Minister Gould about this issue, and I had multiple conversations with Minister Sudds about this issue each time, really, that we've spoken recently. I'm hopeful, based on some comments that were made recently, that the federal government may, in fact, be willing to reconsider that. And so I wrote to Minister Sudds as recently as February 28th, reiterating our desire to have our private operators included in our expansion efforts. And so I'm really hopeful that the limitation that exists in the current agreement can be rectified. I do know that other provinces that took a little extra time to negotiate the agreement, they did manage to carve out some extra space for their private operators, but that wasn't the agreement that I inherited as minister. So I have to be compliant with that agreement and respectful of that agreement, but I certainly can say that we are open, willing, eager to enable our private operators to expand if we would get this federal support in doing that. And we want to move as quickly as we can. We are moving as quickly as we can. And I do think that is one avenue that could help us position us to be able to open even more spaces even more quickly. So I'm hopeful that we'll have an affirmative answer from the federal government, but regardless, we will continue to work with and support our private operators to the full extent that we're able under the terms of that agreement.
The Honourable Member Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you. Through the chair, appreciate the context, Minister. And having sat at the cabinet table at the time, we did have sincere conversations about the inclusion of private operators as part of that. We know, and just as the MLA for Hammonds Plains Lucasville, as I said before, that's where the lion's share of childcare spaces exist. So I'm always a strong advocate for them, and I appreciate your confidence in the work that they do through the chair, Minister. When you say prioritize not-for-profits, what do you mean by that? Is, I guess, what qualifies the province to have prioritized not-for-profits, and therefore, I assume, enabling us to move on to a space where we can lean on the private sector, to private for-profit sector, to be part of the solution.
Recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
Yeah, so I think I just, in terms of what that means, I guess what I would say is the federal position on private private expansion under the terms of the current Nova Scotia Canada-wide childcare agreement is, the federal position is that it does not allow for any private expansion. So that's the interpretation that they have shared with us on prior occasions. I would hesitate to get into I'm not going to dive into a legal analysis, but that's certainly the position the federal, our federal counterparts have taken with respect to the terms of that agreement. I'm hopeful perhaps they will, well, I'm hopeful of two things. I'm hopeful that they may reconsider either their interpretation or that they would be willing to renegotiate that element of it. But that's really what it comes down to, is that the federal government or the federal folks have taken the position that the agreement does not allow for any private expansion of spaces. Having said that, we have done everything that we can within that interpretation to support and make space for those private operators. So as I described earlier, all of the work that we're doing around wage increases for our ECEs and staff, around operational support funding, around funding the reduction in fees, cutting those fees by half for families. Our private operators as well as our not-for-profit operators are supported through all of that. So they certainly receive the benefit of that funding, and they are equal partners at our engagement table with valued input into the work that we're doing. In addition to that, there are avenues through which we are enabled under that agreement to support private operator growth. So one example that we talked about earlier is the Health Park project, which, although the extended hours associated with Health Park, evening hours in that daycare and weekend hours in that daycare, don't amount to counted new spaces, it does enable Health Park to provide childcare to more children, because the extended hours enables that to happen. So it doesn't get captured in the space expansion, but it actually does have an impact for families and has enabled Health Park to take an innovative approach to growth. And as well, I would point out that our family home agencies are able to expand, and we're very excited that to recently launch a marketing campaign around family day homes. So I'm going to take this moment to plug that, because this is a really, really important element of expansion, particularly expansion in areas in Nova Scotia that have historically had a harder time creating, generating, and maintaining licensed childcare. So the family home agency approach is really, it's an approach that enables someone who is interested in having a smaller childcare center based in their home with a smaller number of children to work under the umbrella of an agency and receive the support and oversight of that agency. And this is a really, really, so first off, it's an amazing opportunity for people who are interested in getting into childcare. It's an amazing opportunity for places in Nova Scotia that historically have had difficulty getting larger centers to open. And it's an opportunity generally to expand the work that we're doing. So that is another example of the ways that we've worked within the limitations of the agreement to enable private operators to participate in the work that we're doing.
Recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you. Through the chair, Minister, you referenced you'd reached out to Minister Sudds with respect to voicing this, the reality here in Nova Scotia and the intent to support the progress on this file with the assistance of private for-profit providers. Is that a letter that you wrote, or is that something that you would be willing to table for the benefit of the House?
Yeah, recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
Yes, I'd be happy to table the letter. Do we table it here in the usual way, or would we table it on the floor?
Whatever works.
So I can give you some details of what the letter says right now, if that would be helpful. Yeah. And I must say, Minister Suds, much like Minister Gould before her, has been incredibly collaborative, very available and accessible, and I really appreciate the relationship that we have with our federal partners on this. And so this was following the visit that Minister Suds had here recently, where we announced and shared publicly that the action plan was complete and our renewed commitment to this work. And what had happened was that there were some comments that were made during that visit that suggested that the federal government might be open to the possibility of private childcare expansion. And so I pointed out in the letter that although our Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement here in Nova Scotia prioritizes not-for-profit space expansion, that's actually in contrast with the subsequent agreements that had been reached with some of the other provinces and territories, which did allow provisions for some level of private sector expansion. And I know there was an eagerness on the part of the prior government to get a deal signed quickly, but as a result of that, the provision in our agreement, it does mean that we're at a bit of a disadvantage compared to those other provinces and those other provisions that they have. I reiterated that enabling private sector expansion in Nova Scotia would provide us with additional capacity to create much needed early learning and childcare spaces with our province and support us in our mutual goals of increasing access to childcare. I also reminded she and let her know that with prior conversations with Minister Gould, I have spoken on many occasions about the importance of our private operators to the work that we're doing in the future of childcare in Nova Scotia. I noted that our provincial officials had raised this with the federal counterparts. And the most recent time that came up at our staff team level was September during discussions on the action plan. And although we had been advised by federal officials at that time that there was no appetite on a federal level for private expansion, I was hopeful that the more recent comments that were made now reflect an openness to that approach. So I reaffirmed our commitment and interest in having the private operators be involved in space creation, looking for greater flexibility in enabling space expansion. I thanked her for her collaborative work and Minister Gould's collaborative work and their supportive work, and I indicated that I hoped for a positive consideration of this request.
I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Through the chair, thank you, Minister, for that. Alberta is one of them. What are the other provinces that have agreements that enable the for-profit spaces to be created? Please.
The Honourable Minister. No,
Sorry, question?
The Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Excuse me. Through the chair, Alberta, I believe, is one of the other provinces that does have that type of ability in their agreement. Can you reference the other jurisdictions that would be in that same category? Enabling for-profit expansion.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks. I don't have the list at my fingertips, but we can get you those details. Yeah.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. Okay. Shift. See if I get any more childcare. We got 15 minutes, Mr. Chair? 11:30. Okay. So the last collective agreement with teachers, particularly there was an impact felt by high school teachers in HRM, where there was, I guess the intent was to have teachers teach to the full extent of their day and teach 8 for 8 periods. And I'm hearing expressed concerns about the lack of non-instructional time that is creating difficult and sometimes violent and abusive situations outside of the classroom. And part of the testimonials that I've heard is that it is because of the limitations that teachers have when previously they had more non-instructional time with their students. We know that teachers are the ones that students develop relationships with and trust in, and the efforts to, I'll say, put security in schools is, I'm hearing, questionable at best. So I'm wondering if there is any discussion or appetite to create some flexibility so that teachers, particularly at the high school level, have more non-instructional time to build those relationships with students and make sure that the hallways and the common spaces are safe.
I recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm very conscious of the fact that prep time is something that's subject to collective bargaining, and negotiations are underway with an STU at the moment. So I'm going to be really clear that I'm not going to wade into that arena. I do. I've said it on many occasions, but it bears repeating. I really do have respect for that process, and it's important that it unfolds the way that it's supposed to. So I'm not going to go there with this, but I do want to provide a little context around sort of what happened previously in relation to that. And I will first at the outset say, as I often do when I'm talking about issues of safety at schools, I am highly committed to doing everything that we possibly can to support safe and inclusive schools. And so when I talk about pros and cons of various things, I never want it to be taken as anything counter to that commitment. In relation to this question of prep time and the scheduling that you described, the scheduling that you described was actually unique to Halifax. So it was specific to 16 schools in Halifax and was not in place in other areas across the province. And so my understanding is in the last round of bargaining that in fact prep time itself was bargained and increased to 12%, so that 12.5%, so that it was consistent across the province for all schools. So that's just some context. I would say that the challenges that are faced in schools around ensuring that schools are safe and inclusive spaces are not unique to HRM or to those 16 schools, and that's a multifaceted challenge and issue that it manifests differently across the province, but certainly is not a unique issue that just those 16 schools are grappling with.
I recognize the honourable member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate that, Minister. I am familiar with it, and certainly some of the, I'll say, lower year schools did have an increase of prep time, but there was a certain, perhaps detrimental impact on some of our high schools in the HRM. So, and I respect the fact that there is active bargaining that we should stay out of. So I hear through the chair, I hear you, Minister. So my last question, if I can squeeze it in 4 minutes, has the HRCE reached out to express an interest in a new school in the Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, Middle Sackville, Bedford area?
The Honourable Education Minister.
Thanks. I'm struggling with these glasses, whether to keep them on or off as I try to read and then look far into the distance. I'm of an age. Okay, so I mean, growth is an exciting challenge to have, and I do recognize that the member is in an area where that is a particular issue. So I can say that the department does meet regularly with HRCE to discuss enrollment and what trajectories look like. And I can say that certainly Bedford and Middle Sackville are known to be areas that are growth areas, and that is the case currently, and we anticipate that to be the case into the future. So there are a variety of ways that we're going to be meeting growth needs in schools. So that includes new builds for schools, and we know that this is an area that we just opened a school, or 2 schools actually recently co-located. That's not to say the growth doesn't continue and the pressures don't continue. I will say as well, though, that in addition to new schools, the addition of modulars is something that has been enabling us to be responsive more quickly to growth in areas where we're seeing growth quickly. And so We have modulars that have been installed in some schools in areas of Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, Bedford, Sackville, and with plans to have additional modulars. And those include schools like Basin View Drive, Community Elementary School, Bedford South School, Clayton Park, Millwood High School, Sackville Heights Elementary Schools, and we do have more modulars in the works for other schools that need it. So those are some of the ways that we're working to address those growth pressures.
That concludes our first round of questioning with our Liberal colleagues here. We're going to, with approximately 20 minutes left, we'll move on to the NDP party. I will recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to say thank you to the Minister and as well the Department for being here this evening and hopefully getting to the answers to the questions, and if not, we can look at them later. I wanted to say that one of the reasons why I'm sitting in this seat is because of education. I was a school board representative, and I knew that my voice needed to be heard for not just myself, but for others in communities. So, you know, I'm proud to say that we have SJAM, which is now relocated. We have SJAM, St. Stephen's, Joseph Howe, Highland Park, and we also have a private school there, Shabala, in the area. And we have a number of day homes and a number of licensed daycares, as you will know. All of this to say that, you know, education is immersed in a number of the things that happen in Halifax Needham, but we know that across the province there is a need, and as the Minister spoke about that, when it comes to childcare spaces and spaces for folks to be able to have access to. So I wanted to kind of touch on a few things that the Minister spoke about in the opening remarks, and I noticed that when you mentioned school food program, the details were that it's affordable for all and free for those that need it. So I'm just hoping that maybe the Minister can elaborate. When the feds get on board, will it be a universal program, i.e. free for all?
Recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
So thanks to the member from Halifax Needham for the question. So I guess I would say I cannot make any assumptions about what criteria the federal government may have when and if we see funding for them from food or any commitments on their behalf, for sure. But I do want to clarify a couple of things because I think it's important, I think, for Nova Scotians to understand, and I do think it helps us understand what the federal approach might be. So the federal government, one of the steps that they have taken was to do community consultations, engagement to understand more about Canadians' interests and need around food in schools. And so they do have a report published, and I'm gonna say all this with the caveat that I don't have it in front of me and it's not my report, but it has been, we did consult it absolutely and reference it in considering our plans around school food. And so the principles that are in that report are also reflected in the school food program that we're building. And so the first piece that I wanted to clarify was the question of universal. So that federal report is quite clear in describing what universal means. And in fact, when they reference universal and when we reference universal as well, it's really about access. It means that everybody has access to food. And so that universality doesn't necessarily speak to the cost, or doesn't speak to the cost, it speaks to the availability and the access. And so I can say we are building a universal school lunch program, and that means that every student across Nova Scotia from pre-primary to grade 12 will have access to food, access to school lunch. And that's really what the universal piece means. When we talk universal, I think also embedded into it, should be embedded into it, and certainly we embed into it. And the federal report also speaks about the need for stigma-free access to food. And so that is also an important element of the universal lunch program that we're building. So that there's no stigma, there's no knowledge on behalf of anyone else who may pay or what they pay when folks access school food. So those are two principles that will be fundamental to the universal lunch programming that we are building here in Nova Scotia.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another thing that was mentioned in the opening remarks was that there were a number of supports in place in the schools. I'm curious to know how many student support workers are currently a part of the budget, and are there new allocations for African Nova Scotian student support workers and Mi'kmaq student support workers?
Just under 13 minutes. I recognize the Education Minister.
Thank you. We had to reference a few places to get that information. So the funding for our student support worker comes from sort of a few buckets, if that makes sense. The additional over 1,000 positions that were added over the last number of years include some of those student support workers. So as part of those additional inclusive education positions that were funded with $78.3 million, 58 of those are student support workers. Now, I don't have that number disaggregated, but that's the number that has come from the inclusive education investments. And then in terms of, but that's not the only source of funding for our student support workers. So in total, across the province, we have 76 African Nova Scotian student support workers, and we have 44, I can't read my own writing, 44 Mi'kmaq student support workers. In terms of the coming school year, we have a budget allocation to support increasing staff complements, but those hiring decisions at a regional level in terms of how that staff complement will look at each region and within each school is not yet determined this early in the year. So I can't foresee at this moment what changes there may be to those student support worker, what increases there may be to those student support worker complements, but we'll know that sort of further into this year.
The Honourable Member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. I was at a school speaking at Joseph Howe. Shout out to Joseph Howe School. I was at their school, and I was blown away at, first and foremost, the engagement of the kids and the teaching quality, and as well, you know, just the atmosphere. But I want to say that I was in a classroom where there were two students in this particular classroom that both needed translators, and the ones that were translating for them were students. So there was a young girl who was Ukrainian, and then there was a young boy who was from, I believe, Somalia, and there were language barriers, clearly, and so I was asking questions, just simple things, and the student, you know, gotta love them, they're so sweet. The student, you know, let me know that student doesn't speak English, and I said, could you, or is there anyone in here that could, you know, ask this question? And they did, the student did, which is wonderful. But I also was concerned that maybe there weren't enough supports in place for these young people to be learning. And I heard from a teachers union in Cape Breton that spoke to that same exact thing, where they use Google on their phones, or they use little adaptations in ways where they're able to translate language in ways where students can learn that. So I'm curious to know, is there anywhere in the budget where we would have an option to have a translator or I don't know, technology in ways to be able to do this work so that teachers and students and everyone in the classroom can learn effectively? I'm curious to know if that's something that we've been exploring, if it hasn't already been, but I know in this classroom in particular, there was not. So yeah, if there's any translation services specific to the classroom based on the need of the classroom and the teacher.
I recognize. I'll try it again. I recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
Okay, thanks for the question. And so as our communities grow and we welcome newcomers, both in HRCE and all across the province, this is a really important question, and it's an important consideration in terms of how we resource our schools. I was recently at a school in the Valley, and it was a grade 2 class, I think, and I got the chance to read to them, which was lovely. They were such a gracious, sweet class. And I believe they told me they were doing a project and they had 5 languages in their class. So this is a real question across the province. And I was chatting with one of their students there who was learning English as an additional language, and they were using the support of like a translation app to very great effect. I think so. The first thing I'll say around that is there are a diversity of resources that can be supportive of the needs of English as additional language learners or French as additional language learners in our CSAP system as well. And so not only is staff one of those resources, but also those technological resources are important, and it's really that complement that is going to help us to meet those growing needs. So I'll say first, in relation to tech, those are the kinds of things that we do have access to in classrooms, including the significant investment that we made this past year in increasing the access to technology across schools across the province, with the addition of 10,000 new Chromebooks and other devices. But of course, in addition to the technology, we do need staff as well to support that. So as with the answer to the last question that you had, there are a number of buckets buckets of funding that we draw from for support for English and French as additional language students. So within our inclusive education funding of $78.3 million, we have 44 EAL and FAL teachers who are important supports across the system for students who have English or French as additional language, and for the educators who support those students. We currently fund 106.5. So that was from the inclusive education bucket, but we actually currently fund 106.5 FTEs for EAL or FAL supports, and 23-24 an additional 21 new FTEs were added to the system, which included EAL teachers for HRCE and others across the province. We do, in addition to that, have interpretation and translation services now available, and we've allocated $200,000 for that as another resource that's available to support newcomers and folks with English or French as an additional language. I will say as well that this is one of the things that we have heard from educators on, both in conversations, my conversations with staff in staff meetings, through Ideas for Education, and also in visiting schools. And we've seen a number of really exciting and innovative projects. So I believe that I spoke in my opening statement about a pilot that's underway to support newcomers, and so we're excited about the suggestions that have come in through Ideas for Education, and we've funded and resourced pilots to look at innovative ways to support newcomers in classrooms and support our educators around that. So we're really excited to see the outcome of those projects and understand ways that we can expand even further the resources that are available to support our newcomers.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. I know I have short time, so I just have a quick question. There's a CSAP school that is being built on Bears Road, and I have been asked to find out the details of why and when it will be built, when it will be finished, and why is there not a thought of a high school on the peninsula? Because right now there are high schools on the Dartmouth side and further out, but that was the question to be asked today.
I recognize the Honourable Education Minister.
So thanks for the question. I mean, we know how.
Order. Unfortunately, the time allotted for estimates today, we reached our 4-hour mark. So the subcommittee will resume consideration again the next time the House resolves itself, and the committee of the whole House, or the Committee of Whole on Supply. So with that, we'll adjourn this meeting, and I'd ask everyone to return to the Legislative Chamber. Thanks, everybody.